All right, I think we're ready. Had to get a few things in order here, but hello everyone. I hope you're all doing very well. Let me get that back up. Um, hello. I hope you are all doing well on this Monday morning or afternoon or evening or whatever time it has to be or whatever time it happens to be, wherever you may be. I think we're ready. Oh goodness, I have my stream open and there's a delay on it. Let me go ahead and pause that. I'm regressing. I'm going back to being like a super rookie when it comes to streaming once again. But anyway, once again, I hope you're all doing very well. And I hope you join along in this fun little retrospective that I have planned. And of course, hopefully audio is working well. Of course, let me know in the chat if there are any audio issues that I might be able to address. So I did have a little bit of trouble getting the capture going with the Clair Obscure Expedition 33 audio, which is the soundtrack that I have going on in the background right now. Exceptional soundtrack, exceptional game, highly recommend on all fronts there. But yeah, so as the title suggests, as the thumbnail suggests, we are going to be looking back at the Awakening Saga, which, if you're not aware, was the first Transformers stop-motion series that I did, starting with the Awakening 3-parter, so on and so forth, all the way up until Last Stand, I believe, and then I went back and did these prequels, sort of flesh out the lore a bit, and then we wrapped it up with Aftermath. Not to be confused with any of these names shared by other creators, such as Aftermath by Thunderwing Studios. Not to be confused with any of that whatsoever. And then same thing, I guess, with the Awakening in general, is that Happy Tuber, I believe, does their Awakening series. But yeah, so the Awakening Saga, I guess I'll kind of just give a little bit of a preamble here before we jump in. I started the series in 2016, and initially it was just kind of a proof of concept with the Awakening parts 1 through 3. Yeah, it was just very much like a proof of concept because I hadn't done stop motion before. It was my first time, as once we get to watching these, you will see it become extremely evident. But yeah, so I wanted to sort of put my own ideas out there because I spent so much of my childhood just adoring stop motion animation. There are so many creators that I could point to as inspirations, whether, I mean, of course, Transformers is a massive one, but also for Star Wars and Lego as well. Yeah, so I really wanted to dip my toe into the Transformers stop motion scene and just sort of put my own ideas out there, use different characters and certain interpretations of my own. So, yeah. Aftermath could be considered a shift from my old animation to my current standard, and I applaud you for. Oh, thank you so much, James. Thank you. Yeah, I was very proud of what we did with Aftermath. I definitely felt like it was a great culmination of all these different things, and I'm happy that I ended it there. I guess I'll just say this now, just so I don't forget later. I did originally plan to do more after Aftermath. I was going to kind of keep things going in a similar sense where there are lots of unique characters who you wouldn't really expect to see in certain positions be elevated to newer standards. Like, I mean, if you haven't seen the series, it's no secret for anyone who has, Alpha Bravo becomes the leader of the Autobots. Like, that's such a weird sentence to say, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But that's just something I did in the series that I felt this desire to do. I felt like this character had sort of been this mainstay throughout the entire series. And it's like, okay, well, let's just pull the trigger on this and elevate him to the top. And then also having, a character like Sky Shadow be the leader of the Decepticons. And a lot of that, I will say, was inspired by Ascension from Crosshair's Productions. The way that he had made Sky Shadow such an important character. But I wanted to take it that next step further and just go all in on him being the leader and so on and so forth. Makes more sense than Wheelie, yeah, for sure. For sure, yeah, that would definitely not have been a great call. Yeah. But I mean, I guess it really depends on the story, right? Well, I guess as well it depends on what wheelie we're talking about. If it's Bay vs. Wheelie, no way. But G1 wheelie, maybe there's some hope there that we could make something happen with that. But anyway, yeah. So like I said, I did originally have a plan to go post Aftermath with this sort of like new generation of Autobots that are still fighting the good fight against the Decepticons, just like remnant Decepticons. It kind of harkens to what RID 2015 was doing, where it's like you have the grizzled veteran in Bumblebee, with these, rookie type characters such as Strongarm and Sideswipe and Grimlock, etc., going against these unique Decepticons. So that was kind of my idea for the future of the Awakening Saga after Aftermath. And I was actually going to be calling it Transformers Legacy. And this was in, 2020? So it was before the toy line. Before the toy line came out. And then I think before... No, it would have been after Swag Waves Transformers Prime Legacy. But it was just going to be Transformers Legacy. But then I think AHM1K has a series called Legacy right now, so it's like, oh man, I missed my chance. But no, that was all kinds of fun. Favorite AB quote? He's a dragon now. Yeah, that was such a fun line to write. I remember giving that line out to the VA for AB Alpha 3 Dog. Shouts out my goat. Yeah, I remember giving out that line and just having a blast to have him read for that. But yeah, I guess without further ado, we could get started. So I'm not actually sure where I want to start because obviously I did the prequels long after I had finished this sort of stretch of story for the saga. So I'm not sure if I want to start with the prequels and then work our way up. Do we do it chronologically or do we do it in release order? If we're doing it in release order, we'd start with The Awakening parts 1 through 3, and then eventually after we're done with The Last Stand, we'll go back to prequel episode 1. I think I might just go ahead and do it chronologically, just to make things simple. And I will say as well, I don't plan on having the audio. I don't plan on having the audio for these videos play. Just because there might be some music or whatever in there that made the videos get, not a copyright strike, but a claim. So I want to avoid that as much as possible. So just in case, I'll keep the audio muted, but I'll just give commentary over it. I know these stories well enough to give you the spiel on what's going on if you don't remember, if you've never seen them. Feel a sense, a mixture of Regeneration 1 and RID 2015, yeah. That was, I think, RID 2015 was definitely like a subtle inspiration for sure. Very much a subtle inspiration, just in terms of like the broader scope of the story. Also, before I forget, I will say that I might have to step away at some point within maybe the next 40 minutes to an hour, just because I have a package being picked up today and via the mail. So I'll probably have to step away for just a second to get that package sent out. So just in case I abruptly say like, oh, I'll be right back. So just a little word of warning there. But yeah, so I guess we can go ahead and start here. I haven't muted this yet. I just realized I had accidentally muted myself. My goodness. Probably because I hit mute on here. So to answer your question, James, it is not a new cast member. So this package that I have is going out. But I did get one yesterday that most certainly is a character who will be used in the RAC. Very much so. May or may not be a Studio Series 86 leader class character of some sort of variety. No, I'll just say it's Megatron. Megatron will be, he's here and he will be showing up in the RAC most definitely. But also, I will say again, I'm sorry for all these delays. I will say as well that I'll just give a bit of an update for Prime Target. It's coming along quite well. I think a couple weeks ago or last week, whenever it was, I did finish rewriting it. Now I'm in the process of reshooting it, and I am just so excited working on it because now I've got all kinds of new ideas, new ways that I can go about it with certain characters that I felt was kind of limiting before in the previous script of it. So yeah, so Prime Target, not sure if it'll be coming out at the end of this month, maybe early next month, but even still, it's gonna be a good time. Okay, so back to this. We have Chosen. This is the Transformers stop motion prequel, episode 1, Chosen. How original, just calling it prequel. So yeah, so we've got this, and yeah, just lovely 480p. I don't know why it's that bad. If you're able to, as an anniversary video, would you recreate the 86 movie fight scene between Optimus and Megatron? I wouldn't recreate it. I would definitely, like, I guess just like a 1-for-1 of the 86 movie. I would not. As much as I love that movie to death, and I always salivate at the idea of having all those characters from the movie. I definitely feel like there are other people who have done it that are much more qualified than I am. They, you know, who is it? Someone's working on the fight scene between Optimus and Megatron with the Masterpiece figures. Oh my goodness, their name escapes me right now. But if anything, I would just do homages to it during my own series. I would just do, you know, like Megatron pleading for his life or whatever else it may be. But yeah, so I think that the Expedition 33 audio is still going strong here. And yeah, let's go ahead and get going here with episode 1. Okay, now this looks better. I don't know why at the start, why is that such low quality? Why is this such low quality on this fade-in? Can't wait for your new stuff. Oh, thank you so much, Black Tower. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. I guess I can kind of explain this. So this just looks compressed to death, and that's because it is. I don't think I've ever actually given a behind the scenes on my process. So I, forever, until maybe a few years ago, I did everything on the old Windows Movie Maker. I'm talking like Windows Movie Maker 7 or 2.6. 2.6 is the one that I think it was. Like, it was weird because 7 is worse than 2.6, but 2.6 is a lower number, so it just seems like it's older. But anyway, so I would do all of my stop motions and videos and whatever in general. I would do it all through Movie Maker 2.6, which if you just look up the display of that, it just looks extremely antiquated. But I felt that it was just so easy. And it was very, you know, user friendly for me because I'm not very tech savvy when it comes to editing software. So yeah, so I would do a single timeline with all the frames that I took, and I do one line of audio, and then I would export the video, put it back into Movie Maker, put all the additional audio that I didn't get the first time around because you only have one timeline for audio. And so yeah, so all these videos are going to be very compressed. So when you see all this this fuzziness. That is, don't adjust your television sets, as the old saying goes. This is just how the video is. But yeah, classic still frame here of Cybertron. I think this might be from War for Cybertron, potentially. And with this being a prequel, this is, one of my later series that I had made. Oh my gosh, it looks terrible. I wanted to at least show that, like, yes, this connects back to the Awakening Part 1. So I wanted to have a little bit of an intro there. You can see a little cat mouse over there. It's orange. It's either orange or pink. I can't tell. It's just so badly compressed. Yeah, so, oh man, this is gonna be fun. Just looking back at all this awful, awful, awful footage. Yeah, so Optimus here was just saying, like, oh, my name is Optimus Prime. I have to think back on how we got to where we are today. I'd best hurry up with this story because the scouts could report back at any time, which is call back to Awakening Part 1 when the scouts do in fact report in. And then we have a little title card here, Episode 1 Chosen, with a little Icon G1 background. Yeah, I don't think I ever did a title card again after this, but we'll find out. There we have FOC Optimus. Whoa, Scattershot just teleported. And then we have, I think that's, I think that is, who is that? I don't know who this is. I have him, but I don't know. I think, is it a Voltron character? Maybe? It might be a Voltron character. From the back, it kind of looks like Energon Optimus. I don't know what it is. It's just the red arms, the black torso / back. I think Energon Optimus had a black chest piece, blue head. And then we have G1 Scattershot. Whoa, okay. He didn't just teleport. It's just the video is being weird. Optimus. Orion Pax, I should say. This is just Orion Pax. He meets Megatronus. Scooting along there. Oh, man. Also, I guess I can also... Jeez, run on sentences. I can give a little bit of hindsight into where these were filmed. So I can tell you that this was filmed in my bathroom. Just grabbed a blue blanket and pinned it up on the wall, and because I wanted to do like a different environment than what I'd done before. So yeah, so I guess I can do that as well as a little behind the scenes. As harsh as the comparison is, the quality is about as stable as half-cooked strand of pasta. Do you like the story you told and attempt to use your floor as a background of Cybertron? Yeah. No, thank you. Yeah, most certainly about as stable as a half-cooked strand of pasta is about as perfect of a comparison as this could be. So, surprisingly, despite this being in 480p, this doesn't look terrible. This looks like it could have been maybe in 720, just like barely pushing 720. But yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, we have the Rage Over Cybertron, Megatron, Fall of Cybertron, Optimus. The first time that these two are meeting. I love how this music as well is very fitting for this situation. Do you think you'd ever do a Cybertron storyline for those left on Cybertron, because the Earth storyline has been told over and over? Yeah. I do, actually. I very much do. It's all a matter of timing, of course, because, I feel like I've stalled long enough with my RAC story that I do just want to finish out this Earth story. Well, I guess, things are still being written, so I'm not sure how long the gang are going to stay on Earth. Probably not past Operation Revival, but I'm not sure. Almost a boredom, yeah. But I do very much have intentions to do a spin-off, not necessarily like a multi-part spin-off, but just individual stories of these different characters who've been left behind on Cybertron, and maybe eventually their stories will kind of unify as time goes on. But But someone who I've had in mind to have that kind of story is Prowl. Prowl's definitely been one that I've thought about having be a character who kind of not necessarily a leader of like an Autobot resistance team or a survival team, but just to be there. So yeah, that's a great question. Oops, on OBS and here. Yes, the shaking of the hand, first time meet, and then yes, then Megatron's introducing himself as a gladiator from the pits of Kaon, I believe. Orion, I should say, introduces himself as a data clerk. So yeah, just a little nodski there. Oh yeah, Ultra Magnus is a great shout as well. Yeah, Magnus is a character that I've had lots of ideas for post Operation Revival, but it just depends on what fits best for him, and also to make sure that the story isn't oversaturated in characters, because that's always been sort of a troublesome spot for me. Oh, you can see some nail polish remover back there. Let's pause real quick. Sorry, I just saw a thing on OBS. Yeah, I definitely want to make sure that the cast isn't, oversaturated with all kinds of different characters that I can't really keep track of interactions and whatnot. So Magnus would definitely be a character. Magnus is definitely a character who will show up down the road, but just what he does is the tricky part. He could be part of this Cybertron Resistance team, or he could be a part of the main cast for down the road. So yeah, it just depends on timing for sure, and just how the story ends up. Then Megatron scoots away. Megatronus, I should say. Nice little background there. He was left in charge of everyone. Yeah. In terms of the RAC, Magnus's status is is extremely unknown. He only shows up, I think, in Behind Enemy Lines. And that was during, at the height of the war, basically, or I guess in the early stages of the war. So, yeah. Magnus could even be dead for all we know. No, he's definitely not. Orion, just considering his day, sits on a little VHS. Ooh, a little skip business there. We had a little title card 3 cycles later. This was before I knew passage of time in Transformers. Because nowadays I'm actually pretty, I guess, stingy about what the verbiage is. And I know there's actually lots of different iterations of what the verbiage is. Like, in Transformers Animated, a cycle is quite different from what a cycle is in Beast Wars, compared to what one is in Transformers Prime. So yeah, for instance, nowadays I use a lot of the proper terminology, like a solar cycle is a day, or an orbital cycle is a month, or, whatever it may be. I think orbital cycle's a month, but then you have stellar cycles and decacycles and all kinds of things where here I just stick with the plain cycles. He always seems to try too hard like Prime, but learning to lose. Yeah, absolutely. How long did it take to get comfortable making stop motion? That is an exceptional question. I definitely think it's always an ongoing process for some, and it very much is for me. Where if I go a stretch of time without filming, I feel like I kind of have to start from square one again, because I want to make sure that my skills come back to me. So in terms of being comfortable, yeah, I don't know. I guess I would say that I do feel comfortable making stop motion, but there's always that that nagging feeling in the back of my head where I'm thinking, okay, um, maybe this won't be as good as my best work of before, you know. Um, so yeah, there's always that. Um, but in terms of like my own capabilities, I feel like it started probably after Aftermath, maybe. It might have been around Aftermath where I was like, okay, this is like kind of my style, and then we're gonna just evolve on that. Um, and even though I'd say Aftermath is my best work for the Awakening Saga, I definitely don't hold it to the same standard that I hold my nowadays stuff. Like if you look at Prime Target, or not Prime Target, it's not out yet. If you look at On the Prowl, or one of the other like Galaxy Force, for example, I'd say Galaxy Force is probably some of my best work, at least that I'm most happy with thus far. Um, so yeah, that's an amazing question. I think it's for many, I'm sure it's an ongoing process for sure. I think people thought you were showing a new video. Oh. Sorry. Sorry to anyone that might have been expecting a retrospective to be a new video. Um, how long does it take hour-wise for you to create a full 10-minute video? Psh, quite a while. And the thing is that whenever I'm filming, I have no idea how long a film is going to be until it's done. Like, until I've finished the final piece of editing and export it. So yeah, I could, spend hours upon hours filming something that only ends up being 5 minutes, or like On the Prowl was. Where On the Prowl, I thought, it was, I think, like a few page story. I was like, okay, yeah, I want this to be a short film, but I feel like it might end up being 10 minutes, but then it wasn't. So yeah, it's very much, a play it by ear type situation. I wanted to get into making them myself. Absolutely, I'd say 100% go for it. Um, yeah, even comfortable with attempting it. No, I'd say just take that leap of faith. I was actually just talking with someone yesterday, who had said that they tried, dabbling in doing stop motion, with Lego and whatnot, and I'd say, I said to them, like, I think you should just keep going at it, because everyone has to start somewhere. Like, looking back, once we get to, the Awakening parts 1 through 3, I think that those are awful. Like, I think those are absolutely terrible. But I'm so happy I made them, because now I'm where I'm at now. If I didn't even, do the Awakening parts 1 through 3, then I wouldn't be doing Prime Target right now. Usually binge watch playlists. Yeah. No, yeah, I'd absolutely say, give it a shot. 100% give it a shot. I know it's a cliche to say, like, you always miss 100% of the shots you don't take, but it's very true. And here we go. So I was so proud of this with Red Alert. Wow, he was always missing that piece right there. So I felt so proud of this because I wanted to do like a news segment with Red Alert, have it be called the Red Alert News. And I was like, okay, I need like this flashy, background to show off Red Alert as if it was like a news background. So I was like, all right, let's just print out this picture of Cybertron Red Alert and go from there. I was so proud of this back when I did it. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And yeah, there's Red, featured in Galaxy Force Episode 2. And basically, yeah, so Red Alert is given this spiel about there's been these attacks around Cybertron by this group of truly deplorable individuals who call themselves Decepticons. And so Orion's thinking, hey, I'm going to go see if Megatronus is involved. And then he goes to Kaon to speak with Megatronus about it, even though they literally just met like 3 days ago. Was a great starter software for making them, and was your advice for good sound quality? I don't know about good starter software because, like I said before, I did all of the Awakening Saga on. Oops, sorry, I bumped my mic wire there. I did all of my editing and whatnot on Windows Movie Maker 2.6, which I do not think is a good starting point. Um, but nowadays I use DaVinci Resolve, which I think DaVinci is awesome. It's free. It has so many more features than any Windows Movie Maker ever would ever dream to have. Um, it can be daunting because even still, I'm still learning things about DaVinci Resolve. I just learned something like 2 days ago that is really um, that is really changing my perspective on how I'm doing Prime Target. Um, yeah, so DaVinci Resolve I think is a great one, a great starting point. And then for sound quality, in terms of voice work, I just use Audacity. Um, yeah, I just use Audacity for recording dialogue. For me, anyway. I know lots of people do their own things. They either just record onto their phone or whatever it may be. But yeah, no, I use Audacity. And then for sound effects, I just find what I can around the internet. Fortunately, I think lots of sites have these sort of they've like curated all these different sound effects from different things. Like, for instance, I have like a big sound file category or sound file curation from Transformers Devastation, you know. So there's lots of sound effects that I can use from that. So yeah, there's lots of places for you to get sound effects. But yeah, in terms of sound quality, I just use Audacity. No, absolutely. Thank you so much for asking. Okay, so yeah, so Optimus is in Kaon, cruising around. Got this guy. I know that's a combiner from like Power Core Combiners or something. I don't know who that is. There's Soundwave. Soundwave that I've had forever and still have. He just kind of, this Soundwave, I mean, I think there are definitely better Soundwave figures out there, but he just ended up being the Soundwave of, oh wow, that's a crazy shout right there. Okay. Fascinating. So yeah, so you got Shockwave there, you've got Megatronus. Yeah, wow, this VHS tape. This is a VHS tape of my one of my brother's band performances. That's funny. I guess I never realized that the writing was there. But anyway, so yeah, so Orion's here. He's questioning Megatronus on the events that have recently transpired across Cybertron, wanting to know if he's responsible for it. And Megatronus is offended by the question asking. And I actually, who was it? So there's a line of dialogue that Megatronus has here. Whoa, video. There's a line of dialogue that Megatronus has here. Whoa, he pushes him over. That was from, that I had just plagiarized from a creator. Who was it? I want to say it was Kenshin Productions. And I think it was his Transformers series where Megatron says, you know, I am behind these attacks. And I was like, I like that. I like that line. I'm going to use that. I love this episode. It's actually a great storyline. Oh, thank you. I think things transpired a little bit too quick for my liking. But yeah. Just confused why he went there twice. Do you mean Orion going to Kaon? So in my brain, I have so much backstory that I've done for this particular story. And so Orion at the start of the episode was in Iacon. And then yeah, so he started off in Iacon. Megatronus was there because he was having a meeting with the High Council or something. He was, doing his thing, doing his High Council preaching. Um, but that story doesn't exist in the Awakening Saga. But that's just my headcanon of what happened. And so then he had left, and then Orion was just perusing around the around Iacon, and then they met each other. Because then in that meeting, Megatronus tells Orion, like, yes, I'm a gladiator from Kaon. And then Orion thinks, okay, this Megatronus lives in Kaon, so then I'll go to Kaon to speak with him. So that's kind of the idea of where location-wise everything is. And then I love the part when Optimus kind of like his voice kind of changes, or Orion, I guess, his voice kind of changes when he gets a little more commanding, where it's like, "Did you do it?" As opposed to his calm and collected voice that he has. Here you saw, think Bombshell or Hardshell and Shockwave there. Encoding overload, consider turning down video settings or using a faster encoding preset. I don't know what to do about that, OBS. That's right, and then Megatronus aims his cannon and shoots. Kablamo, fade to white, yep. And then Orion wakes up someplace else. I will say, this isn't necessarily me saying that this is going to happen soon. But I have also been, of course, working on rewriting the prequel series as its own thing in the RAC. And it's fun coming back to this and looking at how many of the ideas have carried over. Because very similar case here in that rewrite that I've been doing for the prequels. Again, this is probably years away. I kid you not, years away. But yeah, so it's fun coming back to this and thinking like, oh yeah, this is kind of a similar scene that will be in the inevitable prequel. Foxtron has an epic storyline, videos leading up to them leaving Cybertron because of the use of the Bumblebee movie figures. Yeah, I have seen Foxtron series, Resistance, I believe, right? I don't think I've seen all of it, but I've seen a decent chunk of it. And yeah, I love the like deep into the war type story where it just sort of drops you in, and it's like, okay, yep, this is basically the height of the war and the end of the war, very similar to the Bumblebee movie, just grander scale, I think. Yeah, those figures are really good. I don't have many of them, to be honest. I have the Voyager Prime. I have Megatron. I actually don't think I have anyone else besides that. But there are lots of really good ones I've considered getting, like the Seekers or whoever else. But yep, so Orion wakes up in this mysterious place. He's looking around and meets Vector Prime. Oh, that's right, I used this. And there he is, Vector Prime, in his kitchen. So he meets Vector Prime, who Vector reveals that he saved him, that he saved Orion from Megatronus, from Megatron now. Just the two of them convening. It's a Vector Prime figure I still have. I have most of these figures still. But yeah, Vector he's certainly showing his age now, especially with his shoulders. These shoulder guards do not stay up nowadays. Use what you got. That's exactly it. No, thank you so much, Black Tower. I appreciate that. Thank you. And there it is. The thumbnail shot. That's shoot. Oh, I can't think of the name of it right now, but that's the one, that's the, however many views this video has, 30-something thousand or whatever. That's the one that everyone looks to. But yeah, so then Orion takes the Matrix, becomes Optimus Prime, and must now lead the Autobots in this truly dark hour, to be continued in part 2. Rivalry. But before we get to that, I'm just going to pause real fast. I'm just going to take a little bit of a stretch break real fast, stand up, stretch my legs a little bit. Of course, anyone watching, I encourage you to do the same. Get some water, use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Not sure when I'm gonna have to step away to send the package I have on its way. Normally the mailman gets here around this time, so I'm not sure. But either way, let's continue on. Excuse me. All right. So now we have episode 2, Rivalry, which is a fun one, I think. It has a few things that I am quite proud of, and I wish I could replicate with my current, like, much better standard of filmmaking. Yeah, so we have Jazz here, we have Mirage, then we have Blastoff and Thundercracker. That Thundercracker figure I have had for years and years and years and years and years. Yeah, definitely a long-standing one there. I think also Mirage as well. Well, I mean, all of these figures I've had for a very long time at this rate, but, like, even still, I think Thundercracker is one of the older ones for sure. But yeah, no, Jazz is a character that I really wish I would have had be a part of the Awakening. I just didn't have a Jazz figure at the time, or if I did have that Fall of Cybertron Jazz, I would have just been too far into the story where I just wouldn't have been able to include him. But yeah, Jazz is always, one of my more favorite Autobot characters, so to have him be involved in the story is always fun. There we go. That's what I really love about that's like my favorite part of this whole episode, is this Optimus jump. I just think that is so fun. Just jumps off screen, transforms, comes down back in the frame. Ooh, yeah, that could have been a little bit quicker. Get out of here, Blastoff. So yeah, there we go. And then Optimus saves the Autobots and they reconvene and whatnot. That's right, I'm actually in the process of selling this Jazz right now. I've been getting rid of a lot of the older figures that I've had. I've been selling them on eBay a lot lately. Actually, the two figures that I have in new arrivals in the RAC, the TFP Voyager Optimus and the Ratchet / First Aid, I actually just sold them the other day because I don't like those figures. Yeah, getting rid of Jazz. I might get rid of Optimus as well sometime soon here. Yeah, there's Mirage. That I know on the surface when you see this guy, it's like, wow, that's Mirage. I believe it's the Beast Machines toy line, and Mirage was just a renamed character as a Viacon. But I figured, Mirage is the name of this character. Let's just use him as Mirage because didn't have a Mirage character at the time. Brawl shooting Optimus in the back, point blank. That's fun. The rest of the gang are here. Mirage transforms. What a great looking alt mode. I love that. Also, that Jazz transformation is fun. Kind of reminds me of his transformation in the Fall of Cybertron game, where he kind of swings himself around. Yeah, that Jazz it's a good one. I think the biggest problem for him now is that he has trouble standing. But otherwise, I think he's a good figure. There we go. Then the Autobots go on their way. Whoa, transition G1 style. And we have Getaway and Blaster. Stuck the cannon on his shoulder. There we go. And then, so the Autobots are reconvening. I don't know, there's something about this section I think about where I feel like the cast that I have here is a bit small. Especially since this is, again, very much like the height of the war. And unfortunately, this is kind of a thing that I ended up doing in my rewrite of this script as well for the future, is that there's such a gigantic time jump between the first episode and then later on. Because, obviously the first episode is the start of the war, and then you have every episode after this, which really is just like at the end of the war. And especially with this being towards the end of the war, I kind of wish I would have had more characters involved, but having guys like Jazz, Mirage, Blaster, Getaway, and then eventually Springer, I think that kind of works out. So then Optimus scoots along to speak with old Springer. That was actually not a bad little animation there for Springer. If Wheeljack could be Pablo and Q, why can't that figure be Mirage? Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, and even just looking at him, like that most certainly does look like a Mirage. He has that similar, I guess Mirage is blue and white, but he's got blue and he's got a light gray on his head and yellow. There we go. Oh, what's back there? Is Superman? Whoa. And Landmine's here too. So the Autobots are scouting out the Decepticon outposts in the area. Let's kind of move along through this here. They end up getting captured. I had actually just gotten a couple of these figures at the time. I had just gotten Kickback, as well as Quake, and I think also this Thrust. What line is that, Springer? I believe that is the Thrilling 30 Springer. I believe that's who it is. Yeah, Generations Thrilling 30. Which I am selling that Springer as well. I've got him in a lot. I've got him with Skids, also from Thrilling 30, and Power of the Primes Jazz. Um, I plan on upgrading to the other Springer at some point down the road. So then Optimus gets summoned to speak with Megatron after his team get captured. The two speak. One of my more favorite exchanges between these two is, when Prime reveals to Megatron that he is a Prime, and then Megatron's, his first reaction is, Prime? They made you Prime? I like that. I like that, that jealousy. Then the base is under attack. And then the boys are here to save the day. And the Autobots begin their escape. So on and so forth. Skip ahead here. This was always a goofy little bit here I made. So that Getaway was like snoozing on top of this rubble. And he just falls over. That was just some goofy camp that I wanted to give. A little bit of levity. Oh, that's right, Mirage dies as well. I forgot about that. Yeah, Mirage did not last very long. Oh yeah, there's Getaway snoozing again. He's got a good snoozing pose. He can just very much crash out. And Mirage dies, and then I believe the Decepticons find the Autobot base. And then they have to retreat. Out of all the Megatrons, that one isn't easy to find, yeah. Yeah, he's actually another one I've also considered selling. I might do it at some point. I just have to find the missile. I know I have it around here somewhere. I just need to find the missile, and I think I'll part ways with him. Because I don't really have, I don't ever plan on using that Megatron again in a film, so he's just kind of taking up space. Then the Autobots, oh, that's right, yeah, Springer, shuts the door and essentially sacrifices himself, but he does still live to fight another day. I actually thought they were hurt at first, yeah. Yeah, there was always a thing, where I want to make sure that this lined up properly with the Awakening, of course. I didn't want to break any continuity. So there were characters I considered keeping alive, or ones I considered getting rid of, or I had to kind of explain away why they aren't in the Awakening, like Jazz, for example. So there's plenty of characters like Mirage. I'm like, oh man, Mirage is a character I would have loved to have be around, but he's not around in the Awakening, so I gotta get rid of him. There's Optimus trying to get in contact with any other Autobots that he can find. I think he gets into contact with Jazz here at the end. And then they stage a rescue of Springer. That is episode 3. Go ahead and speed along here. To be continued. Yeah, and again, notice how episode 1 had the title card. No title card for episode 2. Well, that's a fun little setup here. Oh, I see. With Getaway, that Getaway was hurt and not sleeping. I understand. Eva Handle, it should be Shocktimus 989. I believe so. Only got a few things up there right now, but always adding on as time goes on. I find new things and decide to get rid of things, so... Oh, and there's other Beast Machines character Thrust. I don't know why there's an Autobot insignia there. Maybe I guess maybe my idea there is that this was just like a captured Autobot base. Jazz and Getaway moving in. This is actually a pretty fun pairing. Optimus communicating with them. They've got eyes on the base. Yeah. Then they move in. So, I guess with this episode, one of the things that I had in mind... Let's move along here. One of the things that... I don't know. I was always not 100% sure if I wanted to do this episode at the time. Because, I mean, Springer is in the Awakening, so he can't die, so we have to get him back involved into the story somehow. And then, you know, so we have to rescue him, blah, blah, blah. But I felt like this equated more to a side quest more than it did a main story plot, because nothing really happens in this episode aside from the Autobots rescuing Springer and then Blaster learning about Cybertron's degradation, which is the thing that I think is very underbaked when it comes to that revelation. Yeah, just use whoever you have for background setup. Yeah, right. Yeah, nowadays I'm a lot more particular about what I have. Like, most of my background stuff I either make myself or I just use props that I think works in the environment. Some people put serious money in their props. Yeah, no. I've considered it, but in terms of like Cybertronian looking designs or whatever, all I need to do is just grab some construction paper, draw some black lines on it, and we're done. And there you go. Now you have a Cybertron. But there is someone that I do recommend for anyone who, for anyone who's looking into maybe designing your own props or dioramas or whatever. Definitely look up Tricker Happy 77's channel. Because I am always just in awe of the dioramas that he makes. He does such exceptional work. He uses foam boards. And yeah, he uses foam boards that he cuts lines into and paints the boards into different colors that, you know, is like Autobot based, Decepticon based, Cybertron, you know, whatever it may be, Autobot City. So yeah, he is very much a big inspiration for why I started doing the like construction paper line things, is I don't have these foam boards at the time. So it's like, all right, I have all this paper, I'll just do that just with Sharpie. But maybe one day we'll start doing foam board stuff. But yeah, I highly recommend his channel for anyone who's wanting inspiration for designing set pieces that are very G1 inspired. Then Getaway points to the way in. The Autobots head inside. I know I've kind of got to start speeding through this because we're already an hour in and we're only on episode 3. I need to head along here. Got some bionicle parts. And this is also a new change as well. Oh, there's Scattershot in a cup. But this was a new change because I had gotten this new background set piece that I had never had before, and I got it as in the middle of filming this. It's like, okay, let's just start using this now for everything. So everything after prequel episode 3 that you watch, you'll undoubtedly see this that background with black and gray or gray and black. So yeah, so that's all kinds of fun. Shockwave shows up as the Autobots narrowly evade him. That was a fun little transition there. It just could have been a little bit faster. Yeah, so then the Autobots carry along on their way. This is an environment I'm actually quite proud of because I always had the same lighting forever. So having a little bit of different lighting with some red involved was a fun change of pace, and I think it worked for this like detention block looking environment that Springer finds himself in. So yeah, so then the Autobots rescue Springer. They're trying to escape Shockwave and the Insecticons, prevent them from doing so. And then the Autobots and Decepticons engage. No special effects here, just sounds and motions. Which is not necessarily a bad thing at all. There are several creators that I've watched who don't have any visual effects, they just use lighting. Where, say, if someone shoots a blaster, they just do like a flashlight that's blue or red or purple or whatever color of laser the weapon is as the effect, which I think is a genius idea. Yeah, I think that's just incredible. Then Springer gets his weapon ready, shoots Shockwave, and Shockwave is out of the equation. And the Autobots regroup, get back to base. Megatron and his fellow Decepticons. Ooh, nice little walking cycle there. They find Shockwave. Skip along here. Blaster finds out about Cybertron's degradation, and then he runs to speak with Prime. Nice little setup there. You got what was that? Not Proctor. Shoot, can't remember the name of that thing right now. Protractor, right? Yeah, Protractor. And yeah, so then that is episode 3. Again, like I said, not much happens in that episode. It very much does feel like a side quest where we just have to rescue Springer and then get back to where we are with the main plot of Cybertron falling apart. So then Blaster goes in to speak with Prime. Also, something I noticed there at the end that I just wanted to touch on. When the Decepticons find Shockwave, I guess this really extends the entire prequel as a whole. I really wanted to have Starscream be a character in this, but for some reason in my mind, I didn't use him because I didn't want because I use classic Starscream for the Awakening Saga. I didn't want to have an Earth mode Starscream be in the series. So that if anyone has seen the prequels and question why there was no Starscream until the very end, that's why. Because my younger brain was thinking that I couldn't have Starscream be in because he had an Earth alt mode as opposed to a Cybertronian one. Because I didn't have the Fall of Cybertron Starscream figure at the time. But yeah, so there's that. So then Blaster goes and speaks to Prime, tells him about the degradation. There's the Decepticon stuff, this little Decepticon rally. Even though you have Thrust back there, who very much is in Earth mode as well, because it's the same mold as Starscream, but that's probably why I have him way in the back. And you have Soundwave. And who was right next to Megatron up here? No one was. It was just Soundwave. I think. Right? No. Thundercracker. Thundercracker's up there. Yeah, Thundercracker's up there. Yeah, that's why another thing. So yeah, Starscream wasn't here, so I wanted to have a Seeker be sort of in his spot, so Thundercracker is there. Excuse me. Just gonna take a quick drink of water here. I'll be right back. All right. So there we go. Then proceeding on. So yeah, so the Decepticons getting ready to sort of have their final push against the Autobots, but then Soundwave learns of the transmission that Optimus sent out for evacuation. Shockwave's back in a new body. Of course, the Dark of the Moon Shockwave. And we have proceed along here. And then we have this Autobot setup here. I believe this is intended to be at like a fueling site where the Autobots would gather the fuel that they need for the Ark. But then the Combaticons attack. I wish I would have used Bruticus here, but I don't think in my brain I didn't have like the set space for it. And there's another thing here. Oh yeah, I guess there was a little lighting trick. So yeah, so Blastoff dies, Swindle runs in, and he dies. So I killed off those two Combaticons because, again, just like with, characters who have to survive so that they show up in the Awakening, and characters who have to die because they don't show up in the Awakening, same case for the Blastoff and Swindle because they don't show up in the Awakening at all, but Onslaught, Onslaught Vortex, and Brawl do. I've currently got 8 Transformers figures from the recent TF Nation. Awesome, let's go. That's great. Yeah, I was keeping track of different creators who were at TF Nation, and it looks like it was a blast. Looks like it was an absolute blast. And there's Onslaught calling for the retreat for the Combaticons. There's Megatron plotting and scheming as he does. I think this is when he has the Nemesis commissioned for construction. The Decepticons build the Nemesis like overnight. Good for them. Good productivity. I think this actually might be the Nemesis. No, because this is where Megatron tells Shockwave to stay behind. I entrust Cybertron to you, Shockwave. Fear not, Megatron. Cybertron shall remain as you leave it. Then we have the Autobots getting ready for takeoff. This is where Optimus instructs Blaster to go to the moon base so that he can establish a base there. That's one of the nagging plot lines that I did that I always find being troublesome, because it always feels like a big deviation from the story. I don't know what it is, but like if you watch the original Awakening, it's always the same reason for why it's there. It's because Decepticons were captured and then they get sent to the moon base. It was Knockout and whoever else. So then Starscream and co. go to the moon base to rescue them. And it always feels like a deviation, and even still, as I wrote the remake, again, the second remake for next year, once again, I found myself having that same problem of like, why am I doing, what is the point of this? What is the point of this moon base side plot? So yeah, but I think I did it okay enough this time. It felt less forced and a little more natural, so hopefully it turns out well once I start working on that next year. Yeah, so Optimus has Blaster and Jazz, I guess, go to the moon base, but Jazz isn't around in Awakening, so there we have the Ark taking off. Have the Nemesis taking off. There's Firefly here making his prequel appearance, and Alpha Bravo. I'm sure that guy's going to be destined for great things. There's the Nemesis closing in. And then the two sides engage. There we go. I actually love this because this is a blanket that I had these two ships on, Vector Prime and Scorponok, for those who might not know. I had this on a blanket, and I felt so proud of this because the blanket just, it has all these white dots, and I thought it looked like stars, because I wasn't doing any like visual effects or, backgrounds or anything like that at this time. So just working with what I had, I was like, oh yes, a space background. There's that. There's Firefly doing his thing. Then, yep, there we go. The arc gets struck, a hole blows into it, and Optimus gets sucked out into the vacuum of space. Used a tissue there to emulate smoke or fire or something. And Optimus goes out into space, and what do you know? He lands on top of the Nemesis, which is just a paper with paper that's been clearly taped on. And then he shoots his way in, and then there's that blast effect there. Does look like stars, yeah. Am I planning to reuse Unicron in the Reawakening? In the REC. I would love to eventually. It's difficult because the amount of rewriting I've done makes things a bit more tricky for him to come around, but I still think it's possible. He's like a distant, very distant RAC thing. Because we have, obviously, Prime Target's coming out, but the Prime Target's just a part one of 3 of this sort of like remake epilogue / Operation Revival prologue. So we have Operation Revival. After Operation Revival will be something that I haven't disclosed yet, but it is going to be a fun continuation of the series. And then in my original RAC scripts, which I know I haven't really talked about, but I've said that I've written scripts over the last 4 years, but I've written a lot of future stuff over the last 4 years. And there is a series after Operation Revival that was going to sort of introduce the concept of Unicron in the RAC, and then he would show up in the mini-series after that. But I've rewritten all of that, so it seems likely that might be even further out than that, but not too sure. Obviously, still work in progress, but thank you for asking. I think Soundwave is telling Optimus, Soundwave's telling Megatron about an intruder on the Nemesis. Optimus is moving around, and then he spots Megatron. Another fatal confrontation between the two. And then Optimus giving his 2 cents on the situation, where he's saying, if I must, I will kill you, or something of the sort. I like this Autobot bridge setup. I like the one I have now a lot more, but yeah. AB's going out. Oh, that's right, yeah. So Optimus and Megatron now out in space, fighting in space, which very Devastation inspired there. And then they're fighting one another. Megatron shooting at Prime, using lots of tissue explosion effects there, which is fun. But then Alpha Bravo shows up, blurry as ever. Grabs Alpha Bravo by the throat. That's actually a really nice hand mold there that Megatron has for a face grab. That's fun. Optimus dives and tackles onto Megatron in space. I actually made things a little bit slower there for Megatron just because it was in space. I wanted to give the illusion that was that. Oh yeah, here. Okay, so yeah, that's fun. So Optimus shoots Megatron in the face. Megatron goes flying throughout the depths. And then they and the Nemesis spot Megatron flying across. Yeah, exactly. Megatron gets the Two-Face treatment. That's exactly it. And then, yeah, so then Megatron goes flying all throughout space until he eventually lands on Earth, which is just, I think, preposterous. I'm so glad I'm not doing that for when we do that next time. In Cleveland from Family Guy voice. Excuse me. So there's Earth. Classic Earth PNG right there. Just old dude. Gandalf. Megatron crashes on top of Gandalf. And then, yeah, so then Megatron with smoke and fire coming off of his face, and then he scans this PNG, this JPEG of the Megatron truck from Dark of the Moon, and then Starscream arrives, because Starscream has been absent the entire prequel, so I had to give some justification for Starscream showing up. And then, yeah, Megatron now has his Dark of the Moon form that we see in the Awakening. And then he smacks Starscream to the ground because Starscream's commenting on Megatron's weakened state. Megatron once again asserting dominance as he does. I was trying to say it should have been Cleveland. Yeah, say it right. Oh no, not Megatron again, yeah. And then, yeah, so then the rest of the Decepticons arrive. Megatron gives his big spiel. So yeah, so all the Decepticons here are all ones that do inevitably show up in the Awakening. See, I wanted to make sure that that was a thing, because, well, not all of them, but all of these characters who are present all show up in the Awakening anyway. So you've got Thundercracker right there, Skywarp, the 3 remaining Combaticons, Knockout, and, well, this is a scrap metal from Cybertron, but I use him as Sharpshot because I didn't have any Insecticons at the time. Any good ones, anyway. Yeah, so then Megatron is giving his rah-rah speech to the Decepticons, and the Ark has landed on Earth, and then Optimus gives his spiel. I don't know why Bumblebee... Wait, no. No, actually, yeah, Bumblebee doesn't make sense here. Or does he? I don't remember. Huh. Wait, because Bumblebee in... Darn. Bumblebee in the Awakening is at the moon base, so I'm not sure why he's here. I don't know why Sideswipe is here either. Sideswipe never shows up. The only time Sideswipe shows up, I think, is in either Operation Revival or Rising Evil, and he dies. So, yeah. So then Optimus is telling the Autobots that, hey, we're on this planet that's inhabited, and we don't want to, draw attention to ourselves, so let's assume new forms, and then he just fades into the Classics Optimus, which is Classics Optimus. And then so on and so forth, saying that let's continue our battle against the Decepticons. Then Starscream reports that they found an energy signature that they're going to go check out. And then there we go. I have that Megatron in a few studio series of his Revenge of the Fallen molds. Yeah, I do have, the Revenge of the Fallen mold I used for the Crisis Verse. That's a fun one. Maybe you can make shorts that are humorous like that, yeah. Look at those arms on Megatron, yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah. Just the way that the hand is extended and just the forearm is just so, like, slender is just, yeah, it's just made for smacking Starscream in the face. And yeah, thanks for watching. The rest is history in Transformers: The Awakening series. That was not a great thing there. Starring a Neon Rat, my dear friend Broski, who voices Starscream. I don't think he voiced Springer. He voices Springer in the remake. Yeah. Then we have Alpha 3 Dog, there's Alpha Bravo, Proxima Omicron, who was Mirage, and then myself. It's only, 4 people? 4 people who did this. I'm so proud now. Oh, there it is. Whoa, hang on. Pause, please. Pause. Wait, no, pause. What is that thing? There we go. So, something that I am so proud of now is that really very much branching out and having other people come into the project and lend their voices, because I really early on, I got very sick of myself just voicing all these characters because I felt like I wasn't doing them justice. yeah, characters like, whoever, Megatron, or I mean, I know I voiced Megatron as far as, the remake. Um, but no, there are lots of characters that I just got so sick and tired of voicing because I knew that there were other people that could do a substantially better job. Um, so I'm so happy that nowadays I, put out casting calls and whatnot because I really want as many of the talented folks as there are to contribute to my projects. Because I think that they're amazing. I think that they could really elevate various characters, and that's another reason why I'm so excited for the RAC to keep going at the trajectory that it is because there are so many characters who are going to need voices, and that I know that lots of people are going to, really bring their best to those characters, even more than I could ever do. So that's just a little spiel there about me being happy that we're kind of past this era of me voicing like 80% of the characters. If you're to redo your prologue series, would I use Legacy Vector Prime? I would not. I would use Alpha Trion. I would just completely reimagine everything that Vector Prime was into Alpha Trion. Because I never had an Alpha Trion figure, so I kind of just wanted Vector Prime to be that role model for Optimus. But now that I have Galaxy Force, Vector Prime will most certainly be in Galaxy Force, without question. Sorry, I'm bumping my wires here. That's why closing cards, yes. Yeah, just because, it's the end of the series. Or the end of the arc or whatever. Love to do some voiceovers. How do you apply? Great question. So whenever I do need voices for a project, I will normally put out a video that says, or put out a casting call video. Currently, I don't need any, but I will soon. But I'm not sure if I will put out a video for it, just because there's not many characters at all that do need voices. I'll put it out in a few Discord servers that I'm in that are Transformers creators Discord servers. But yeah, so right now I don't. Like I said, there's only gonna be a handful of roles that I'm gonna be having need voices for Prime Target going onward. But I will definitely put out a video for Operation Revival for a casting call that I'll need for that. Because there are going to be quite a few characters who are in need of voices. But yeah, once again, I'm going to go ahead and stand up for a second. I thought I'd be prepared for sitting down for a long period of time, just because I was like on my feet for multiple hours at a given time yesterday, but I guess not. So I'm gonna stand up for a second. Of course, anyone else, I encourage you to do the same. Get some water, do whatever it may be. And I will be right back. I'll get a frame right here. Not of Hot Rod. No, we'll just start it there. We'll leave the frame at that. And yeah, I want to do one for me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, down the road, 100%. There are definitely going to be roles. There are going to be so many. So yeah, so that will definitely be an option. All right, I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Let me adjust real fast. There we go. As janky as the figure is, Last Night Hot Rod is far more adjustable than the Classics Hot Rod. Oh boy, do I have a story for you guys about Classics Hot Rod. Yeah, nope, sort of like the After suggestion worked out. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, let's do it. The one that started it all, an hour and a half into stream. Let's return to the Awakening. So Optimus's first line here is, "Where are you, Megatron?" Then Hot Rod comes up, and again, I'll temper your expectations for anyone who might be seeing this for the first time. You have the prequel series was made a couple years after I made this, and this is my first stop motion ever. So it is not going to be good. Promise you that. I'm getting all my vibes from the Optimus pose. It's always the hands on hips. Like that's just that's Optimus's power stance that he is just forever going to be in. So there we go. There is Hot Rod, the prodigal son. And there we have, yep, so they're speaking with one another, questioning, once the war ends, where do we go from there? Which is a question that never really comes back up until the very, very end. And then Optimus gets a phone call, literally a phone call, from the aerial bots that says, "Hey, we found some strange Decepticon activity going on." Optimus then sends Hot Rod out to join them. Young Arnold pose. That is an exceptional shout. Exceptional shout. So then Hot Rod runs off. Starscream flies in the sky. And you've got, was that long haul there. Knockout transforms. Just very, very rough. Very rough, very shaky. I can't remember if I was doing this on a tripod or... Well, I mean, obviously I was not doing it. Like, if I was doing it on a tripod, I was holding the tripod. But yeah, it's not great. Knockout's not even properly transformed. His chest isn't put in the right way. But yeah, then Starscream shows up. I do incorporate a little bit of live motion into this as well, just because I wanted to hide my my rookie-ness of it all. Never understood the Hot Rod betrayal arc in the Aftermath series. I'll definitely talk more about it once I get there, but I will say right now that it was most certainly underbaked, 100%. The idea was, and I wish I would have had an extra scene to elaborate on it more, it was just a pure manipulation. It was, excuse me, Sky Shadow had used some elements of Dark Energon or whatever it may have been to revive Hot Rod, and he basically kind of, I guess sort of Arkham Knighted him in a way, for anyone who might understand that reference, but it's just like he hollowed him out, and then hollowed him out of all of his, his emotions, and then filled him back up with just hatred for the Autobots for essentially, can't remember right now. But anyway, yeah, it was something along those lines. Something along those lines, just a very manipulative situation that just, again, yeah, it was extremely underbaked, and I definitely needed a few scenes to really elaborate on that, but I was just not the storyteller I was at the time, I guess. Nowadays, I would have 10 minutes worth of a scene that just elaborates on that one aspect. Starscream shows up, and a funny thing here, so the audio for every other character not voiced by me, well, I guess also voiced by me, sounds awful. And sorry, I just heard something. My brain just stopped for a second. Actually, 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Sorry about that. Thought I had heard maybe a knock at my door, but it would have been much louder if it was the mailman arriving. So, not quite yet. Arkham Knight did, yeah. Yeah, no, Arkham Knight is has such a very significant place in my heart. Of course, the 10-year anniversary just happened a couple months ago. So yeah, I definitely love to draw as much as I can from that game in particular, just because I have such a fondness for it. But anyway, yeah, so yeah, that was a key part of the Hot Rod thing, is I wanted to do sort of like an Arkham Knight situation, but it just took instead it took a very dark turn. But yeah, it didn't really land the way I wanted it to. But again, we'll get to that more once we finally get to Aftermath. Yeah, so anyway, so the audio here. Lots of the audio quality in lots of this. Well, I mean, for the characters that I voice, I didn't really understand microphone etiquette at the time, so there's lots of you know, like you can hear the pops into the mic, because I'm just talking directly into the mic without much regard. But the other voices in this, Starscream's voice, Ironhide's voice, Alpha Bravo's voice, whoever else has voices in it. Brawl, I think, is another one. All those characters sound very not good, and it's because I did not have the raw audio as a file, because I didn't know how to do that. So what I did is I would have my friends, who were all the voices of those characters, I would have them send me voice messages on Xbox, and then I would take my microphone and stick it up to the speaker and play the voice message and record it. And so that was how I got my voice audio back in the Awakening days. Again, just very not good way of collecting audio. Unfortunately, that changes as time goes on for many of them. Voices weren't bad, always, yeah. Oh yeah, no, I mostly I just mean the audio quality. Like yeah, again, another reason why I'm so happy that it's not me doing all the voices. Like, I still voice a few characters, but I'm just so glad I'm not doing all of them. Just because I do a disservice to many of them. Excited for the 40th anniversary. I am next year. I hope to see it once again in theaters at some point. I saw the 35th, and that was a lot of fun. Mostly just because of the stop motion commercials that they had before the movie played that I was just enthralled by. But yeah, Black Tower, every 5 years or so, every anniversary, they always re-release the 1986 film in theaters. So yeah, even though it's, free on YouTube and you could just watch it at home, whatever, it's still lots of fun. Yeah, no, the audio stuff is just not great. So yeah. Anyway, so Knockout and Starscream and Sharp Shots and Long Haul, they find, this artifact that's left in the middle of nowhere. Starscream shoots it open, and it's a PS2 memory card. Wonder what great games are on there that the Decepticons can glean from it. I don't know why Long Haul has Hot Rod's gun in there. Maybe I was just storing that. But yeah, so then Knockout points out, it's the Autobots. And then my favorite line in Awakening Saga history is, "Halt, Decepticons!" That was a tremendous Alpha Bravo line done by Alpha 3 Dog, and that's a line that I love bringing back every now and again, just because I thought it was so funny. But yeah, so the aerial bots, Alpha Bravo and Firefly and Hot Rod, arrive on the scene to thwart the Decepticon plan. Hot Rod runs after Long Haul, who's got the fragment, the artifact, whatever it may be, and then Starscream shoots Hot Rod, and then Knockout gives up. Hot Rod is in the midst of potential death, and then Alpha Bravo runs after, so on and so forth. The Decepticons escape. Just, yeah, that's very not good. Okay, so actually, I'll get to that at the end of the episode. Did I do the? No, it's just really cheesy stuff there. Oh yeah, I did have the Christmas thing at the end because it was holiday season when this came out, November 17th. But anyway, so yeah, so the Decepticons come back, or yeah, Starscream and Longhaul anyway come back because the others got captured. There's a can of root beer there. That's awesome. I just put that there as like a prop design for the thing, make it look like a generator or whatever. Should have painted it, but I didn't have paint. Have a computer screen in the background. So then Megatron takes the PS2 memory card and celebrates it. Obviously, this is not obviously. The remake makes it abundantly clear, but this is supposed to be the Allspark, a fragment of the Allspark anyway. But at least that was a retcon anyway. That's right. Now that I'm remembering how things transpired for Operation Revival when Soundwave finds it. Yeah, so this was supposed to just be like an ancient Cybertronian artifact that grants immense power. But yeah, eventually it gets retconned into being a fragment of the Allspark. Yeah, so then Megatron criticizes Starscream for leaving the Decepticons behind, then sends them, or yeah, sends Starscream anyway, sends Starscream and the Seekers to go and rescue them, and then he laughs maniacally. And then we go here, we have Crosscut, who is here now. He's the medic. I know for Transformers fans, I'm sure that was kind of a weird thing, because Crosscut was a senator in the Cybertronian Senate prior to the war. So I'm sure that was kind of a weird thing to see Crosscut being a medic. However, for me, I didn't really know who Crosscut was as a character at the time. I know I'm exposing myself as a fake Transformers fan, but I wasn't super into, the IDW or any of the external media, like novels or anything like that. I had my knowledge was pretty much limited to the Bay movies, G1, a little bit of animated, Prime, a little bit of Beast Wars, and then whatever other supplemental material that I've gathered over the years. Like if I saw something on TF Wiki about whatever this event or this story. So yeah, so there's Crosscut. I don't know why I'm not on a frame of Crosscut. Can't find that. There we go. Yeah, so Crosscut was a character I just wasn't really all that familiar with and just never bothered looking it up, so I just made him into my own vision, which was a medic, because I figured Crosscut was kind of a medic-sounding name. Finally, with this PS2 memory card, I can dominate Optimus in Devil May Cry. Yes, as Megatron's ultimate goal, of course, is just completely smashing Optimus in Devil May Cry. Oh, there's Bumblebee back there. Okay, I forgot that Bee was around for a little bit. But anyway, yeah, so there's the spiel on Crosscut, just a character that I wasn't familiar with, so I gave him his own backstory for the Awakening Saga. But fortunately, in the remake that's coming out next year, I'm going to be elaborating on that story, so that'll be fun. Alright, so Hot Rod is in the midst of dying. He gives his final words to Prime to finish the fight or some such thing, and then Optimus vows vengeance against, the Decepticons, and Autobots roll out. And then, until next time, alright, Awakening Part 2. Oh boy. Okay, so before we get properly into the Awakening Part 2, I want to talk about Hot Rod. So, Classics Hot Rod, boy howdy, this is actually a really fun story to tell. I don't think I've ever actually told it before. So, Hot Rod was very much going to be the main character. There was zero doubt in my mind when I had started ideas for this series that Hot Rod was going to be the main character, aside from Optimus, of course. Like, Optimus is the main character, but Hot Rod is like right. Like, Hot Rod was going to be what Alpha Bravo eventually became. Or like, you know, like on a level of like Jazz in later Awakening Saga stuff. But the Classics Hot Rod that I had, which is from the 2-pack with Cyclonus, he broke. Hot Rod broke, and he was just a very flimsy character where the inside of his torso had just like snapped or something, and then his shoulder, his left shoulder became extremely loose. Like, his arm would not stay in the socket. And I know, on the surface, that's an easy fix. Just put some floor polish on it, stick it back in, you're good. But me, this is 2016. I would have been 14, I think, 14 years old. I did not understand any of that. Like, I never looked at anything about, like, you know, action figure fix-em-ups or whatever. So I was like, all right, well, Hot Rod's broken. I cannot have him as the main character anymore. So what am I going to do? I'm going to kill him. So that is why Hot Rod dies immediately in the first part of the Awakening, is because, yeah, he very much had a very bright future ahead of him. But unfortunately, his figure just could not withstand the pressure of being such a prominent force. So his body gave up on him, unfortunately. Hindsight, I very much do look back on this wondering what would have been if Hot Rod didn't fall apart, because I imagine that the Awakening Saga would have turned out so much more differently. Like, I don't know if Alpha Bravo would have been the guy at the end. It might have been kind of similar to Jazz, where they're like co-leaders. But even still, I feel like I would have given Jazz more of a spotlight as well. So it might have just been Hot Rod and Jazz that were sort of at the top, and then Alpha Bravo would have been a few, like, one tier down or a couple tiers down. So yeah, so maybe we can thank Hot Rod for dying so that Alpha Bravo could go to such prominence, which I know has never been done before. No one has ever made Alpha Bravo leader of the Autobots, so I can hang my hat on that. So, you know, we can thank Hot Rod for that, or we can not thank Hot Rod for that and curse him for ruining what might have been a good story. But yeah, so there's that tale on what happened with Hot Rod, why he died so soon. Because yeah, he would not have died that fast in the original plan for the story. Yeah, Classics Optimus's head is exposed there because I didn't own the gun top part of the roof of the truck. All right, here we go. I'm just gonna go ahead and go right here and go to playback speed. I'm gonna double this. This is at 2 times speed. 2 times speed. 2 times speed. This is at 2 times speed. And Optimus just transformed. That is definitely one of the most embarrassing moments of my Transformers stop motion tenure. But I'm so happy that I made such a terrible, embarrassing meme, such as Optimus Prime taking 1 minute to transform. Are there going to be any combiners other than Bruticus, like Defensor or Menasor? I would love to have more combiners. I actually just recently sold off my my Menasor limbs, because I had all the limbs, but I didn't have Menasor, like the body. I didn't have Motor Master. And then the aftermarket on him was just way too high. So I was like, all right, I'm probably not going to be getting this guy, so I'll just get rid of the other limbs because I don't need them. But I definitely plan on getting all of Bruticus. That is most definitely a plan that I have. And then Autobot-wise, it's tricky because it just depends on who gets made, right? I know Superion is basically out now. Superion's one that I'd love to have be a part of the story. The only problem is Firefly, because I don't know if I could justify Firefly and Fireflight being 2 different characters, or if I just rewrite the Awakening again to where Firefly lives. Yeah, so I'm not sure if I'll have Superion, but Defensor would be awesome. I'd love to have Defensor. Computron is another one I think would be really cool to include. Um, so, yeah, so I would definitely love to have combiners. It just depends on who it is and which figures are available. So, anyways, so yeah, so there's Optimus transforming for a billion years and Ironhide and doing all kinds of stuff. And then we have the aerial bots. Excuse me. The aerial bots are being tailed by Armada Cyclonus, who is Vortex in this story. Just because I did not own any Combaticons at the time except for Brawl, so I just wanted to, what's the word? Substitute characters in for different characters. There's Brawl. Still have that Brawl. It's up there. Plan on maybe having him come back. Excuse me. But yeah, so then Cyclonus. Cyclonus is a good figure. I look forward to using him in the in Galaxy Force. I mean, if there's a vintage toy store, you could sell some unwanted figures at a high value price on the aftermarket for a few combiners. Yeah, just an idea. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. You know, I've definitely been selling several figures on eBay, just getting ready for the the next wave of Age of the Primes and Studio Series and whatnot. But yeah, no, I totally get that. And then now we have the Combaticons. Once again, Swindle and Blastoff died in the prequels, so they are not here. And then this is Wreckage, I believe, from the 2007 Transformers movie toy line. And I used him as Onslaught because I didn't own an Onslaught as well. So I just figured, yeah, why not? Let's go with this like tanky guy that could be passed off as Onslaught. So I think it worked out decently enough. And then excuse me. Gotta go for my mute button, but OBS isn't like selected when I do. But anyways, yeah. So the aerial bots find the Decepticon base. The Nemesis question mark is headed to the Autobot moon base with Starscream and the Seekers in charge. Going to rescue, Knockout, and the other captured Decepticons. Some Seeker dissension that goes nowhere. And then we have the Autobots on the moon base being Scoop, Crosscut. Bumblebee now is here, even though he was on the Ark at the end of the last one. And then we have Wheeljack. Wheeljack is another character that I wish stuck around. Much like how I wonder what things would have been like if Hot Rod had survived. I'm in a similar camp with Wheeljack on whether or not he would have lived. Because, yeah, I feel like Wheeljack could be a really cool addition to like a modern RAC cast. So, but such is. So then Starscream raids the Autobot moon base, and then Bumblebee gets shot and presumably dies, but we know from Rising Evil, I think, that he does not. And we have Wheeljack, who most certainly dies there, because he does not come back. Then we have just this battle on the Autobot moon base. And then the captured Decepticons get rescued. And then Knockout reveals that Shockwave is here as well. I actually do like that shadow shot there. Yeah, so then Shockwave is here. I guess, yeah, there's some untold lore in between the prequel and the Awakening, where the Autobots who stayed behind on Cybertron, like Springer and whoever else who would eventually migrate to the moon base, they kind of wrapped things up with the Decepticons and captured Shockwave. That was always a story that I wanted to tell, which I might end up telling in the RAC. Going back to that story about the Autobots who stayed behind on Cybertron, that would probably be the chief story that I would tell, is how Springer and the others captured Shockwave and got him to the moon base. And then, Yeah, and there's a statue of Vector Prime there that's intended to just be like a, just a little statue that Shockwave blows up. Ooh, that's bad. Um, goodness, that's not good. And then there is another halt Decepticon here, I believe, where Optimus like steps on a twig or something, and Alpha Bravo turns around, halt Decepticon. Because yeah, that was just quite humorous. There's the thumbnail. Not a bad thumbnail. Who is that? Is that Ironhide? Wait a minute. Who is that? Yeah, that is Ironhide. Okay. I was not sure, but oh yeah, I could just wait for the next frame. But anyway, yeah. So then these guys, Decepticons are moving around. Crosscut just drops down like a stick and then knocks out Brawl. Decepticons driving around. AB drops something, which is intended to be like an EMP, essentially. That was just Hard Shell's cannon. No, there's my cat up there. Hello, Marzi. How are you? I think she actually... I just saw her roaming around not too long ago. Yes, yeah, it's intended to be an EMP there. And then Optimus drops down, makes his presence known. Then the fight against Onslaught begins, and yeah, this fight doesn't really last very long, unfortunately, just because I was not a good animator whatsoever. So I didn't know how to have a decent battle be maintained. So yeah, this battle lasts all of 20 seconds. And then Onslaught's defeated, Vortex is killed. And then the Autobots celebrate. I think, did they do the fist bump? Let's see, where's the fist bump? There's the fist bump. Just a very delayed fist bump. Oh wait, never mind. Where's the fist bump? I want to find it. Wait, was that it? No. Let's see. Oh, it was right there. I just barely missed it. So yeah, so Onslaught gets KO'd by Optimus or whoever. The Aerial Bot's fist bump. That was meant to be a nicely done thing, but it was not. And then yeah, so then Firefly looks up to the sky and spots the Nemesis overhead. Alpha Bravo looks as well. And then Starscream, look at all those McDonald's toys there. Starscream gets everyone ready for the attack. Then the attack on the Autobots commences. Until next time with Santa Hat, because again, this was like holiday time, so I want to put that in there, even though that dates it. But whatever. So then the Autobots, now we're in part 3. The Autobots get ready for the impending Decepticon attack. They sent out a message to the either other Autobot moon base or the another like sector besides the prison. Xbox controller there. It's landmine. Landmine very much an OG of the Awakening Saga. There's the Ark again, even though this isn't the Ark. This isn't. Alright, no. Come on. No. Is it? No. Okay. There. Yeah. This isn't the Ark, even though I use it as the Ark in the prequel series and whatnot. It's just another Autobot cruiser. I don't think I ever gave it a name in the Awakening Saga. Excuse me. I'm already starting to lose my voice. We're almost at 2 hours in. We have so much more to go. No, my voice must stay. Yeah, so this gets used as the Ark later on, but it wasn't originally. I think, yeah, pretty sure it was just Autobot Cruiser, but nowadays in the RAC, this is the Axelon, which the Axelon is going to be featured very prominently later on in Prime Target and all the other projects going forward for the Autobot shenanigans on Earth. AB runs up in a static pose. And then they have a plan. The aerial bots have this plan to go aboard the Decepticon ship and try to sabotage it. Which certainly goes very well. And then Shockwave reports to Megatron that the procedure is almost complete. Oh, look at this. I don't know if this was intentional or not. It had to have been. Had to have been. Look at that. Wait. There, look at the so yeah, I was like super like Windows XP'd out back in 2016, and this is that. So what this is, oh my gosh, look at this timeline. Like, this is just gross. I'm just go away. I think that was actually on purpose because I was working on a stop motion for Star Wars at the time. There was a Skirmish on Sullust that is just very not good. So I think that was meant to be like a teaser or whatever. But yeah, whatever. Moving on. But yeah, Blue Streak is here as well. Blue Streak, a notable Autobot for the pre-Aftermath stuff. Starscream offers that the Autobots surrender. They decline. The Autobots continue attacking. Crosscut gets hurt, I think. This is just very not good looking. Wow. This is like super compressed. Optimus he gets out a sword, which I was so proud of when I did that on Classics Prime, because for anyone who doesn't know, Classics Prime doesn't have like a sword or anything like that. And this sword is actually Sideswipe RAD 2015 Sideswipe's sword. So there's some little trivia there for you. Then Optimus does some cool Optimus things, runs around, shoots some stuff, and then he gets absolutely destroyed. He gets shot back by this large Bayverse brawl. Gets shot down. Some live motion there for you. And the Autobot ship arrives. They start attacking the Nemesis. They send down a little shuttle because I think 2 Autobots stayed behind on the ship, and then 2 others went to the ground and shot down some Decepticons along the way. Land. Yeah, so Springer and Landmine went to the ground. Meanwhile, Blaster and I think Drift stayed aboard the ship until the very end, or until right before the end. Prowl, or not Prowl. No, it's not Prowl. That's Blue Streak. I wanted to say Prowl because I actually I was inspired for Blue Streak's voice, which I did the voice of Blue Streak in this. I was inspired by 9/2020's TFX Productions, his voice for Prowl, which is a very like serious, like, no, that's kind of like my Prowl. It's all right, bots, let's do this, like that kind of voice. So I was inspired by that because I didn't own a Prowl figure at the time, so I wanted to kind of emulate that through Blue Streak because I love Transformers Nexus. That's definitely one of my a soft spot in my heart is Transformers Nexus. It's a great series. Oh goodness, this is awful looking. And I guess is it Jetfire? Jetfire flies in. Jetfire just shows up. He was never there to begin with, but now he's here. There's Cat up there again. Yes, then Optimus is down for the count. He is bleeding energon, as it were. And then Springer volunteers himself to be a donor so that Optimus does in fact live to fight another day. Shockwave reports that the operation's complete. Doing this transfusion, and then Springer dies, and then Optimus gets I forgot about that. Optimus gets an upgrade, if you will, to Evasion Mode Optimus. I think a figure that still is very good by today's standards. Great posability, all kinds of good stuff. Used him in Crisis Parts 1 and 2. Yeah, it's not a bad figure. So Optimus gets an upgrade, and Crosscut falls over. It was supposed to be funny as if he was fainting or whatever, but I don't think that lands in the slightest. Wow, this does not look good. Holy cow. Optimus looking around, saying that he feels pretty good, like he can just take on the Decepticon Armada. Then Megatron upgrades into Galvatron, quote unquote upgrades. So yeah, then he upgrades into Galvatron, so it's kind of a parallel situation here, was kind of my idea, where Optimus gets his upgrade after a fatal injury, Megatron gets his upgrade through very unnatural means. yeah, just kind of a parallel situation there that just happened to work out the way that it did. And then I think, is that Firefly? Okay, yeah, Firefly shows up, gets grabbed by Shockwave immediately, and then Firefly dies. Dr. Pepper. Firefly dies, and that was another moment for me. I guess at the time when I was making this, like, I knew that this would be the last part of the Awakening, three-parter. But I wasn't sure if there was actually going to be more. So I kind of just, I think in the back of my mind, I'm just kind of thinking, okay, let's just start like wiping names off the board, because I don't know if this series will continue, but if it does, then, you know, we'll pick it back up with who we have. But if not, then let's just kind of go out with a bang, if you will, and sort of, again, wipe a few names off the board. And again, in hindsight, I'm very curious what the series would look like without these deaths. Like Hot Rod, that was sort of means that were sort of out of my control, so I just got rid of him. The series would have looked very different with Hot Rod being around the whole time. Wheeljack is another one that I wish would have stuck around, but for whatever reason, I just decided to kill him in part 2. And then a similar case for Firefly in part 3, where there's just characters that I think could exist in a, you know, in a future, you know, stories after this, Operation Revival, Rising Evil, Last Stand, whatever. But yeah, for whatever reason, I just sort of decided to go scorched earth with a few characters. Hindsight, do I regret it? Yes, I'd say so. I would have just killed other ones who don't mean as much to the story, like Blue Streak, for example. I would have killed Blue Streak, but now I have Blue Streak in a more prominent position for the future. So maybe it was a good thing, maybe it wasn't. That's sort of a give and take, if you will. And then Galvatron shows up, points his weapon, and shoots, and sends all the Autobots flying. So we have Ironhide, Crosscut, Blue Streak, Landmine, and Optimus. Stop freezing. Fortunately, that's not the video. It might as well be, but it's not. It's just kind of freezing a little bit. Stream can't handle all this, all this terribleness of these frames. There's Knockout back there, his arms up. Yeah, so then Optimus and Megatron have a show off, or a showdown, if you will. And the two of them fight. Optimus uses his flick fire missile, or not flick fire, but you know, it's a spring-loaded missile. Uses a sword from Springer. that again, it was kind of meant to be an arm blade. I was obsessed with the Optimus arm blades. I thought they were just the coolest things ever back then. I mean, they still are very cool, don't get me wrong, but like, I was very much committed to like, all right, Optimus has to have arm blades here. Galvatron takes Optimus's weapon. Cat up there again. Oh, there she is. She's actually entering my room right now. Then Crosscut intervenes. Tries to save Optimus. See, that actually doesn't look too bad, but then you have all these other ones that are not great looking. And then Galvatron ends up killing Crosscut. Stabs him to death. That Galvatron is awkward at best and uneven at worst. Yeah, mainly due to limited movement constraint on the main truck kibble. Absolutely. Yeah, I've seen some really great customs of this Galvatron where they just get rid of the back piece entirely, but I've never been one for customs. I think customs are awesome. Like, I love the customs that I've seen over the years, but I just personally don't have enough confidence to make customs like that. So I just kind of put up with the nonsense there. Oh, hello, cat. Hello, Marcy. But let's see here. Hi, kitty. But yeah, no, I absolutely agree that the Galvatron is very clunky, and I'm very happy that once I got to Operation Revival, last night Megatron had come out, which last night Megatron certainly isn't perfect by any means, but I find a step up, a big step up from Galvatron for sure. Anyway, continuing on, Galvatron gets stabbed in the chest, and he's flabbergasted by this because he believes that he's supposed to be immortal. But nothing can stand to the might of Optimus Prime and a sword, I'll tell you. And he's ready to kill Galvatron, but then making a save there, he gets very slowly shot and crashes down by none other than Shockwave, saving the day. But then the Autobot cruiser lands with Blaster and Drift. And then leave. So the Autobots surround them, and then Shockwave tries to attack. And then he gets shot. You can get to that? Nope. Oh, yeah, he gets shot by Optimus, and then, Megatron's not, or Galvatron, whoever, is not happy about it. TLK Megatron could also be a rework of the Fallen. Yeah, that's actually a great shout. Yeah, I feel like that aesthetically works really well. Sorry, I'm having to make sure that my cat isn't messing with things that she shouldn't be. Come here, Marcy. So then Galvatron is killed. The day is won for the Autobots. And then Optimus, he drops his weapon in disbelief of what has transpired, and then gives his rousing speech with a bad picture of Drift there, then looks off to the horizon in an optimistic future, hopefully in tow. But we would know that is unfortunately not the case. And then that is it for the Awakening, and it's just as bad as I remember, but there was, ooh, look at that fancy credits. So then Soundwave is seen sort of drifting. This is supposed to be in space. It's just a couch cushion. So Soundwave is meant to sort of sequel bait, I guess you could say. Is this a live stream or a premiere video? Well, I can tell you, Dark Figure Pictures, that this is in fact live. Just a retrospective, just looking back at the various things of the Awakening Saga from my old Awakening Saga series that is good and bad and even worse. Oh, 1 second, guys. Sorry, my cat's just messing with some stuff. Alright, we are back. Just had to stop my cat from doing shenanigans. I had to move, so I guess, full disclosure, I'm doing this stream basically on top of my set piece right now for Prime Target. And so I moved all of my props and stuff onto my bed, and my cat is on my bed, and she's just messing with all the props. So I'm just trying to prevent her from making a mess of things. But anyway. Phase behind enemy lines. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, that's one I'm very happy with in the RAC. I think I think a good step up from my work here in the Awakening Saga for sure. My friend is a fan of the animated Prowl, so he has the Legacy figure. Yeah, I have a complicated relationship with that figure because on one hand, I think he looks amazing. I think he looks fantastic. I even though I know some people have their gripes about the about the sort of G1 esque aesthetic of that figure with like the face, I guess, for example, is the biggest example. I don't have a problem with that. I think the articulation is very good. One of my biggest issues is the ninja stars. I feel like the ninja stars, for me anyway, always have such a um, tough time staying on their magnets. So actually, for On the Prowl, for my latest stop motion, I took some sticky tack and I put it on the ninja stars and stuck them in. Um, so yeah, so animated Prowl I think is a good figure with his issues. Weird question, but do you know the YouTuber Shadow Elite 217 in terms of his short-lived stop-motion series Tsudakappa? I do know Shadow Elite 217. Well, I don't know him, but I know of him. I was a huge fan of his work. Um, when I was saying at the start of the stream where, you know, there are animators that inspired various things. Well, I guess even just recently I was saying how TFX Productions inspired like my Blue Streak voice and whatnot, and Kenshin Productions inspired this line, blah blah blah. Crosshairs Productions with this, that, and the other. Very much so, I would say that Shadow Elite 217's Transformers Unlimited, I believe is what it was called. Transformers Unlimited was a massive inspiration for me to get into stop motion. Because yeah, I just love that series. I loved it quite a lot. Um, I appreciated how early um, the early stories of it were reflections of the films, but I think for stop motion that they worked amazingly. Um, and then later on, things became a lot more unique in that, you know, it wasn't retelling a story from Dark of the Moon. Nope, now we're going into stuff that is like very Transformers Armada-esque and, you know, this, that, and the other. So yeah, no, I love Shadow Elite 217's work. I do wish that it was still up, but I understand that he's, you know, he's not, he doesn't, I don't think he has it anymore. I think he might have said at some point that the drives that the videos were on got corrupted and so they're just gone, which I totally accept that. But of course, I always long for that series to come back. Um, Batjax as well. Yeah, Batjax is great. Yeah, Batjax is a great creator as well. Um, all right, so now we are into Operation Revival Part 1, and this is a nice little refresher for me as we're kind of on the road to Operation Revival in a sense in the RAC currently. A follow-up to the end of the Awakening Part 3 where Soundwave is just sort of floating through space, and he finds this artifact here that is intended to be the Allspark, which if you've seen the Awakening remake, this is the same piece of the Energon combiner that I use for the Allspark. So kind of a through line there. I don't know why I wrapped tape around it. That was kind of weird. And now we have the introduction to Sky Shadow, as well as lots of other Decepticons who've been kind of, what do you call it? Like displaced, I guess, since the death of Megatron. Um, so yeah, I was very happy to include Sky Shadow. That's right. Yeah, I was talking about Sky Shadow's introduction and eventually becoming a main villain because of Crosshairs Productions' work with the character. Yeah, I was doing lots of weird things with the camera during this film with the lighting. Like there's lots of weird red lighting things that I was trying with this. I don't think it worked out very well, but whatever. But yeah, this Sky Shadow, I still have this figure. I still have quite a few of these figures, but yeah, fond memories working with this Sky Shadow and ultimately the Titans Return one as well. But yeah, so yeah, here's more of this weird red lighting stuff that I was doing with the camera. I was like, I think what I was doing is I was holding my camera and I'd put my finger, how I figured it out accidentally is I had my finger over the flash button. So then it would flash, but like my finger would kind of be in the way. So then it would create this red sort of aura about it, which is very, very peculiar. But But either way, yeah, Operation Revival Part 1 is very short-lived, and that's just Soundwave. Oh my gosh, look at that transformation. Wow, it's already so much better than the Awakening. And we'll be right back. All right, we are so back. Sorry about that. My the mailman arrived and the package was procured. But anyway, so as I was saying, yeah. So what was I saying actually? I don't remember. Let's see. Let's actually go back a couple seconds here. So the transformation sequence already so much better. Already so much better than the Awakening, because I felt the need to do better finally. And then we had so it's just Soundwave reconvening with the Decepticons just to sort of get the ball rolling on this plan to bring Megatron back to life with the Allspark fragment, or the Allspark, if it's not a fragment or not, I don't know. But yeah, that Sky Shadow transformation, that's good. That's good. Then we have Cybertron, which has all kinds of folks here. I think I just saw John Cena over there. That was John Cena. What the heck? There's Sideswipe and Breakaway. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That shouldn't work, huh? Now, wait a second. I'm sure I explained that in Aftermath or something. But Breakaway is in Aftermath. He is alive and well. Well, he dies again in Aftermath, but that's peculiar. I don't remember killing him off at the beginning of Operation Revival. I'm sure me back in 2017 didn't remember it either. But anyway, yeah, so then Sky Shadow delivers the line, the Operation Revival. And I actually think this is when I started using Audacity. Or some, like, version of it. In that I was doing lots of voice work, messing with all kinds of voices, and I used Sky Shadow as a template for the voices that I wanted to do for different characters, because I wanted Sky Shadow to have this like phaser type voice, this deep phaser type voice. So that was sort of a big thing for me with finally starting to do different voice effects in stop motion. I wanted to use Sky Shadow as a template, and then we kind of go from there and start messing with things. Yeah, so then we have I never explain what this is. This is intended to be like the Decepticon crypts that you would see in G1 in Starscream's Ghost, or Ghost in the Machine, whichever one it is. It's one of the two. When Octane falls down, or he goes into the Decepticon crypt, and then Cyclonus and the Sweeps go after him. And this is sort of intended to be that same location, except instead of it just being statues that were made of the Decepticons, it's actually like the bodies of the Decepticons, and they've been like what's the word? What's the word when you have like an animal that gets like stuffed, like a real animal that gets like they get like stuffed. Shoot, I can't think of the word right now, but essentially it's that. It's meant to be that, but for Decepticons, but they don't have their innards removed or anything. They're just posed in menacing poses. So that was my idea with this location. It was meant to be the Decepticon crypt. And then Megatron and Shockwave and them are all there. So then we have Jazz, Red Alert, and Huffer are hanging out. There's that PS2 memory card back there. That's, not the Allspark. Taxidermy, that's what it is. Thank you so much, Limetime Productions. Thank you. I was, excuse me, I was drawing a complete blank on that. There we go. Taxidermy. Yeah, that was the sort of idea with this Decepticon crypt is that it was sort of like a not really taxidermy, but kind of taxidermy of Decepticons of the past. When I saw Chromia being reused from Prowl, I called her Chromia Kardashian as a joke. There you go. There you go. Series X Wheeljack custom. Nice. Yeah, I'm sure that there's some good customs out there, especially for characters like Wheeljack, who, if you use like the Rise of the Beast one as a foundation, I'm sure there's some fun customs to be done there. But there's a pencil sharpener. I'm just using it as like a terminal or something. And then we have Earth, a different PNG of Earth, and with the Autobots of the Awakening, we have Optimus, Ironhide, saw Landmine, Blaster, and Blue Streak. So the Autobots who survived, and Alpha Bravo is also there as well. The Autobots who ended up surviving in the Awakening ended up becoming sort of the defense of Earth should the Decepticons ever return. And Blue Streak was just knocked down there by the power of the speakers that Blaster was transmitting. There's Alpha Bravo. The new prodigal son. And yeah, there we go. There's Alpha Bravo. That's the one. What's the quality on this? This is still 480p. Okay. I'm curious when it becomes 720, if it ever does. I actually don't think it does. All right, and then we have Berserker, who I actually made Berserker into like a weird, like, lead character for this part when he's sending his cronies to go attack Optimus and them. Another weird thing that I did, where I take this like lesser known character or lesser, valued character and kind of give him a little bit of prominence. Because he was like leading this team and then he dies immediately. See, Optimus just shoots him down. And then here's a Viacon transformation here that I'm also proud of, just like the Sky Shadow one. It's like, oh yes, I'm getting better. I'm getting better at the animations. Making a custom of a Movie Advance Wheeljack with the Studio Series Q. Nice. That should turn out good. And there's AB. Marcy, no. Stop going over there. So then, speaking of which, there she is back there. There's the thumbnail. But yeah, so then the Autobots are on the back foot. They're retreating because they're trying to get to Cybertron, but these Decepticons are getting in the way. I don't know why the Autobots would just try to leave, because they are on Earth. So I'm not sure why they just try to leave the Decepticons on the planet. But I'm pretty sure they kill all of them anyway, so it's not like it really matters. So yeah, so there's Blue Streak running in. Look at him. Look at this walking animation and sending a fist to the Viacon. Then Optimus charges his way up to this one-step change or flip and change lockdown and leaps up. Oh my goodness, the animation quality is so much better than the Awakening. Wow. Still a little bit of live motion, but And then Optimus approaches the big guy, not locked down, not meant to be locked down, it's just like a Decepticon heavy. And then he interrogates him and blows his head off, as Optimus always does. Bay Optimus anyway, which is kind of what this guy was inspired by. Oh, goodness, some freezing. Stop freezing, you. We gotta see Optimus gently walking along the ground here. Okay, so now they interrogate this guy. And then that Decepticon reveals the plan of the Decepticon attack on Cybertron or something or the other. And then the Autobots start moving on their way. That's right. Then there's the attack on Cybertron. I had the exact Berserker, but he's falling apart. Yeah, Berserker, I ended up using him again in the Crisis verse for part 1, I believe. And he's fine. Like, his legs can be kind of finicky. But yeah, no, I definitely get what you mean. I'm sure if I used him more in films, he would just be a total mess. I still don't know who that is. I'm going to guess that that's from Voltron. There's some Grimlock back there, another Flip and Change. There's Brawl and Drift and all the gang. There's Devastator. missing his lower mandibles. And then yeah, then the Autobots get surrounded, and then they retreat into the vault or something or the other, into the Decepticon crypt, I guess. 'Cause I think they end up there. And then Drift ends up betraying Jazz, because Drift, of course, was a former Decepticon. And then Megatron is brought back to life. And I used a voice thing here. It was a very deep Megatron voice. He was like, "Oh, yes, thank you, Soundwave," or whatever he said. But then I changed it up to sort of like a Welker-inspired voice. What's funny is that I had gotten these, the Last Night figures, all pretty much as I was filming this arc. Because I trying to think here. I can't remember if I got Megatron and Optimus around the time of part 2 or after part 2 and in between part 3. But either way, it was like a real stroke of luck there that I got these figures that would be, you know, the definitive versions of the characters going forward in the Awakening Saga. That just like pretty much as I was doing Operation Revival. But yeah, so there is Megatron and the captured Jazz. And of course the Drift as well. And there's Tailgate, which I know, this is Armorhide. Wait, let me see. Yep, there he is. There he is dying. So yeah, I know. I've explained this before, I think in the comments. I think someone left a comment saying that, you know, that's Armorhide, not Tailgate. But I have a, you know, I have sound reasoning for it. I'll say in a second. Gonna head to bed since in the UK it is 2100. I'm very tired and hot. But enjoy your retrospective and can't wait for your post Transformers and otherwise. Thank you so much, James. I really appreciate you stopping in, man. Have a good rest and yeah, take care, man. I appreciate you coming by. But yeah, so with Tailgate, yes, I know that this is Armorhide, but there are lots of factors that went into me making this character named Tailgate. So Armorhide is okay, wait, let me start from, I guess, from a you know, a relative area. So Landmine, right? So we have Landmine. Landmine is in this series, and he's Landmine. He doesn't go by any other name. Then we have Landmine gets upgraded into Armorhide, which is the Bay verse, like the Allspark Power version, which that character's name, that figure's name is Landmine. So eventually he becomes Landmine, and that's that. But I considered at one point changing that character's name from Landmine to Armorhide, sort of like, you know, how like in Armada when, you know, Smokescreen dies and he becomes Hoist, or, you know, so on and so forth. So I was planning on doing a similar thing with Landmine and Armorhide. So I was like, okay, let's just change this guy's name to Tailgate, because I just figured, why not? Tailgate's a name that I don't plan on using in the series because I don't have a good actual Tailgate figure. So yeah, so then Armorhide became Tailgate. But then I never used the name of Armorhide, so the name Tailgate just stuck, but it doesn't matter because Tailgate doesn't last very long in this series. But then that name change stuck up until Galaxy Force, because in the Crisis verse I intend on having the character of Armorhide be in. So I wanted to have, you know, Landmine, Tailgate, Armorhide. So it's just this big triangle of names that just make no sense. That it's just fun little workaround, I guess. But yeah, so Tailgate here gets stunned. He doesn't get shot dead. And he ends up captured alongside Megatron, then, or alongside Jazz, and then Megatron just blows up this console for no reason. Little stompy stomps, little live action stompy stomps, or live motion, I should say. And then he celebrates Drift's betrayal of the Autobots. And then we have, I think, Tailgate. Oh, and then Shockwave gets brought back to life as well. That doesn't last very long. Oh, and there's Landmine becoming Armorhide. Beautiful. There we go. But he's not named Armorhide. He's still Landmine. It's just, yeah, whatever. Yeah. So then we have the rest of the Autobots that are, on their way to Cybertron, the ones that came from Earth. One thing I want to talk about with Drift is I felt like this aspect of Drift's character in the Awakening Saga was not developed well enough. I mean, the same goes for basically every aspect of the Awakening Saga. But in particular with Drift's character, with him doing this betrayal feint, I wanted to do a better version of that. So that's why I basically did the exact same thing in the Crisis verse for anyone who hasn't seen it. And I end up doing a similar thing with Drift there, which I think was executed a lot better than it was here. So yeah, that was just a little bit of trivia there, I guess. Just was not satisfied with what I did with Drift here, so I wanted to change it up. There's Jetfire flying in. Jetfire again. Oh, why is Blaster toppled over? No one knows. That is a mystery that will never be answered. And then the Autobots are all getting ready for their defense of Cybertron. Quite a nice little cast of characters we have here. We have Alpha Bravo, Optimus, Optimus, Alpha Bravo, Ironhide, Landmine, Blaster, all of them. And then you have Devastator and Bone Crusher and them guarding. Drift reporting into Megatron, so on and so forth. That's right. Oh yeah, he tells them that they found the detention block, and so then Megatron and Sky Shadow go along the sink here to get to the detention block, the detergent block. So yeah, and then they find Starscream. Starscream has been captured. And another case very similar to Crosshair's Productions, another inspiration that I took from his series. Apologies, Joe. I'm sorry. Is that Megatron, in this case, kills Starscream because it's Starscream. And Sky Shadow would inevitably make for a much better right-hand man. But instead of leaving Starscream for dead like how that happens in Ascension, he just outright kills him. So there's that. And then Knockout comes up and it's like, oh, thank goodness. And then spots dead Starscream. So yeah, and then Optimus heads to Vector Prime, who kind of a similar case as Alpha Trion here, where Vector Prime sort of has this workshop on Cybertron that he's been overseeing for however long now. And Optimus, reunites with his mentor to get some help in their darkest hour. Even though I wouldn't really say this is their darkest hour, but he gives Optimus the shield, and then as a result, Optimus ends up transforming. Oh man, this would have been. I could have done this so much better now, like with some Cybertron background, like when the Autobots and Decepticons transform, how there's that like moving background. I totally would have done that with this. But yeah, then Optimus goes on to become his Last Night version from Evasion Mode. And then he is now ready to combat the evil Decepticon forces. Which yeah, I really like the Last Night figure. I don't have the new Studio Series Age of Extinction one. I'm kind of interested in getting it. I'm just not sure because I don't know if I've ever really said this. I'll just pause now. Or actually no, I'll just let this roll. I don't think I've ever really said, but I don't nowadays. I don't really collect anymore. My sole purpose of anything I get is to use in a film. Which I don't know if that sounds like sad or not, but whatever. But yeah, I don't really collect because I want to use everything that I have in a project, So when it comes to the Crisis verse, I'd love to have. Oh, here's Jetfire's death as well, where he sacrifices himself by plummeting into Devastator. Okay, I'll end up pausing here. But yeah, so I would like to use that Studio Series Age of Extinction Prime in the Crisis verse, but I don't know if I want to use different primes like the Bumblebee movie prime or the Rise of the Beast prime, because I don't want to like have that jump. Like I don't plan on using all three. Like I would like to stick with one or the other. I'm either using the Age of Extinction prime or it's Bumblebee slash Rise of the Beast. So that's just the thing there. There's my spiel on Studio Series AoE prime. There's Alpha Bravo nearly being crushed. That was actually an ad-lib. Because as we see here, when Devastator falls over, when he falls over, I did not actually intend for him to crash near Alpha Bravo. That just sort of happened. So I was like, okay, that's fun. We can just make that a little bit. But then Sky Shadow jumps down to confront the Autobots. Chaos ensues as Soundwave flees. Then Blaster takes aim and shoots him down. And then, then Sky Shadow berates Soundwave and gets punched in the face by Landmine. And now, so the Autobots have now basically secured the exterior of the Decepticon crypt or whatever. Beacon thrown across the floor there as Optimus arrives to deal out some justice. That's right. I think I was somewhat happy with how this little animation turned out. That's right. So Shockwave kind of blasts Prime back into this wall, if you will. Then Shockwave gives some berates Prime a little bit, and then Prime moves in. I feel like I remember being happy with this choreography. Bashes him in the eye with the with the hilt, and then that's right, this little first-person perspective here as he slashes down Shockwave. Again, everything here could have been executed so much better, but I remember being very happy with me coming up with that idea, because back then I didn't feel like I was very good at choreography. So yeah, I felt pretty good about that one at the time. But then now we have Optimus and Megatron finally colliding again after their fateful encounter during the Awakening Part 2. Or Part 3, I should say. Part 2. And then, yeah, some sword collision there. Where's the thumbnail? Gotta find it. There it is. Yeah, back then, I never took... I never made the thumbnails. I just used whatever still I could find from the film that looked good. And yeah, again, hindsight, not a fan of that. I actually changed the Awakening Part 3's thumbnail just because I thought it was so bad. It was just a close-up of Galvatron's face after he becomes Galvatron. I just thought that was awful. So I opted to change it. Then Drift goes on to rescue Jazz. Or he tells him to stay there or something, and then Drift aims his weapon at Megatron. Turns out he was an Autobot all along, and then Megatron transforms and flies away. The day is won. The Autobots are victorious. And yeah, that was Operation Revival. Definitely, I think, very much a step up from the Awakening. I just have so much contempt for the Awakening Parts 1 through 3. I just did not think that they were up to my standard nowadays, especially. But even at the time, I think I was pretty unfulfilled with that three-parter. So even still, like, this isn't great by any stretch, but I still think it's much better than what came before. So Optimus taking the Decepticons prisoner. I believe Soundwave, Sky Shadow, and a few others. Yep. Soundwave gives out the classic line of, you know, Autobots inferior, blah blah blah. And then we have the cast here with this basic blue basic font. And then now we're into Rising Evil. And Rising Evil here reveals that most of the Autobots who were seemingly killed in the Awakening Part 2 are actually alive. They did survive. They were just very badly wounded and managed to get themselves back to life. Except for Wheeljack, of course. Wheeljack died. I think my thinking with this was I wanted someone to not make it. Because I felt like it was very easy to just retcon that entire situation where it's like, okay, the Decepticon, you know, Starscream and them, they attack the moon base and they, you know, raided the place and killed everybody, but it turns out that they all survived. I felt like that was too much of a cop-out, so I wanted someone to not make it. And unfortunately, the one who drew the short end of the stick, in this case was Wheeljack, which again, hindsight, I do regret. I nowadays, if now I was doing this story again, which I mean we're kind of redoing it in a way, but not like this, I would have chosen Crosshairs 100%. I would have sacrificed Crosshairs instead, because he doesn't really do much going forward. And there's Scoop and his Target Masters, and then here's all the Autobots. Wait a minute, who is that right there? What in the world? That is most certainly not Hot Rod / Rodimus. It's actually not. It was just intended to be a Cybertronian civilian of sorts. Yeah, so we have the gang is all here, right? We have Drift and Blue Streak. We have Landmine and Flip and Change Grimlock and Random Person and Not Scattershot and Alpha Bravo and Blaster and Ironhide and Smokescreen, new addition to the cast, Smokescreen. So I will say right now, prime target, Smokescreen's going to be there finally. I know I say finally, even though the last film in the RSC was New Arrivals when he was introduced, but for me it's been ages, because I've had Smokescreen in the scripts forever, and I've never known like what exactly was going to happen to him. So now Smokescreen is actually in the script. He's going to be there. It's going to be a fun time. I'm looking at him right now. It's the, if anyone knows of it, or for anyone who doesn't know, Toy Hacks, they put out a label sheet for Wheeljack and Smokescreen, or Silver Streak, I should say, to make them look like they're Transformers Prime iterations, turning Wheeljack into TFP Wheeljack, and turning Buzzworthy Silver Streak into TFP Smokescreen. So I got that sheet, the sheets mostly for Smokescreen. And yeah, so we're gonna have Toy Hacks Smokescreen in prime target, and I'm so excited. But yeah, then we have Jazz and Optimus. So yeah, lots of the Autobots just being chummy with each other now that the fighting on Cybertron is done for now. Hey, Marvelous, welcome in. Welcome. We're still a ways away from Aftermath when you make your appearances break away, but we'll get there eventually. And we have Drift and Blue Streak speaking with one another. Drift has seen better days. All this paint chipping on his face. And we've got all the different Autobots speaking with one another. Ooh, I just realized I had my audio down, so I didn't realize that this is the Lampmasters theme in Expedition 33. I love that theme. Grimlock is here. Grimlock has such a wasted presence, I feel, in the Awakening Saga. I don't have 86 Grimlock, but if I did, I would most certainly try to do him better in the RAC. We have Jazz and folks speaking together, and again, just sort of Getting together after the fight, Optimus walks away to sort of think about what the future might hold now that Megatron's alive again. He has a bad feeling about this, of course. Whoa, TIE Fighter. I guess that's the ship that these guys are flying. Forgot about that. And we have the Decepticons regrouping as well after their loss. Oh, wait, what? Oh, that's right. No. They were not flying the TIE Fighter. I think it was whoever other Decepticons there were flying the TIE Fighter. That's right, because they passed in front of the Autobot ship and they're like, whoa, what was that? That's what that was. Now I remember. It's been a long time since I've seen anything from Rising Evil, so this is kind of a fun trip down memory lane. Whoa, Megatron's here as well. Whoa, hey, no, that's not how that is. It was just a freeze. See, there we go. Look at this lovely animation. Oh, I'm sure I was so proud of that back in 2017. Okay. Let me go ahead and just turn this down just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, so once again, more of those flash tricks that I was trying. Because I don't have a red light on Megatron at all here. What this is, again, like I said, during Operation Revival Part 1, I accidentally put my finger over the flash because I was using flash a lot at the time for this. Now I do not ever. But yeah, so I accidentally had my finger over the flash light at one point, and it made this red glow. I was like, whoa, that looks kind of cool. I don't have a red light right now, so I'll just do that. So then I used that so much in I think in Rising Evil, but kind of just in general, at least for these sort of like earlier films. And then yeah, so it's Megatron just cast in this red glow, if you will. Oh, I think I actually made the audio just a little too quiet. I mean, there's not too much going on right now, but let's bring that back up just a little bit. Anyway. So yeah, so again, just Megatron just cast in red light. Then the Autobots taking their prisoners away. Ah, yes, there's Wheelie, future leader of the Autobots. There he is. Right there. I always forget I have that Wheelie. Yeah, so lots of the Decepticons just held captive here. Oh, this track. That's a good one. I'm going to bring it down again. No, I just brought it back up. I'm going to bring it down, so I know it gets a little loud. Okay. Anyways, yeah, so the Decepticons are sent to prison. At least the... oh, whoops. I didn't realize what I was doing there. There. I had OBS clicked on, not YouTube. I was going to fast forward. But anyway, so yeah, so the Decepticons are captured, yada yada. Alpha Bravo and Smokescreen are hanging out. And then Megatron and the Decepticons send out a distress signal, so Blackout and Nitro end up getting them. And Nitro is a character that I had many big aspirations for that just never panned out, which is unfortunate. I really wish that I would have done more with Nitro outside of Rising Evil. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure he dies in Part 3, which is a shame. Yeah, so then the Autobots from the moon base rejoin the rest of the main group. And there's Landmine there to greet them. I don't know why, that actually looks cool. Like, I like this visual of Allspark Power Landmine with AoE crosshairs. That looks like a good pairing. But there's the gang is all here, as it were, again. And yeah, just more of the Autobots reconvening, essentially. Then we have more of the Decepticons reconvening, Megatron. I don't think this is ever addressed in the in the actual story, but Megatron just essentially has this feeling that calls to him and yada yada. So he kind of goes to this particular location for a particular purpose. And meanwhile, the rest of the Decepticons join along, including Nitro. Which, yeah, I think Nitro kind of staked his claim for leadership or something of the sort. I can't remember why Megatron punches him down. Or no, it was because Nitro didn't answer the call sooner or something. That was kind of a goofy line. And Scorponok and Cyclonus and Scourge show up. Here's our group shots of the main Decepticons here. Not a bad lineup, but it's a very weird cast of characters. There's Berserker there, even though he died in Operation Revival. And then, yeah. So the Decepticons are, is questioning why Megatron brought them here, etc. And then Megatron reveals that they found Unicron. And big revelation, even though, I don't know, that's kind of a tricky thing. Because Unicron is a character that I think could absolutely be in any series that anyone wants to do. But his scaling is always something that can be called into question. Because, say for example, you're doing a Transformers Prime inspired Unicron take, where he's, he is the Earth, etc. Where he can have these, extensions of himself that are relatively in scale with your cast of characters. I think that can work. It's proven to work because with Transformers Prime, but in terms of a stop motion series, that could work, right? But then I'm sure the vast majority of animators who have used Unicron in their series typically go with the planet-sized scale for him. And then maybe he has an extension of himself and whatnot. I think, who is it? The name is escaping me. Shoot, dang it. Oh yeah, for the series, for War of the Matrix, right? Unicron kind of has a similar situation there, where Unicron is the planet-sized, character, but he also has this vessel of himself, which is the Cybertron Unicron that shows up throughout the early bits of the series. So you can do all kinds of different Unicron things like that. I think how I did Unicron was wrong. I don't think that this worked at all. Using the Armada Unicron as a scalable entity to the rest of the cast of characters without any other vessel is kind of how I ended up doing it, and I don't like that. Because I wish that there was something that I would have done that hinted at the fact that this was just an extension of Unicron and not just Unicron himself. Because the way that this story goes, this is just Unicron. And this Unicron is to scale. Well, he's gigantic. He's, like a Titan-sized or whatever. But he is relatively in scale with Megatron and Optimus and whoever else. So I don't think that this worked for the series. I wish I would have done something that would have tackled or at least hinted at the fact that this was just an extension of Unicron and not Unicron himself. Because, I feel like this Unicron is just too small. He can't be a Titan-sized individual, I don't think. That's just my opinion on the matter. Anyway. So then the Autobots are on their way. I don't know how they found out that where Megatron is or whatever. I no clue. Maybe they just detected a mass energy signature someplace. So Prime and Alpha Bravo head to the ground first, just sort of scout things out, see what's going on. Marcy, what are you doing? And then Predaking flies in. Predaking is here. And then AB, I think, delivers his classic Halt Decepticons line. Oh, Marcy, what are you doing? Then they see that he's a Predacon, even though Predacons aren't really a thing that are ever elaborated on in the series. 1 second. Just gotta take care of my cat here real quick. All right, we are so back. I'm sorry about that. My cat was ruffling around, so I had to get her to leave. But it looks like she's coming back, so I might have to do it again. All right, Marcy, stay here, please. Anyway, yes, Predaking. Yeah, so Predaking is intended to be sort of like a disciple of Unicron in this story. He and the rest of the Predacons who are now extinct or whatever lore I never expanded upon or even introduced. So Predaking takes hostilities with the Autobots because they're trespassing with the intent to kill a Unicron or something. Sorry, once again, cat being a nuisance. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back again. Sorry. Once again, just dealing with a cat. Just close my door in, very hot weather. I'm sure I'll be just fine. Anyway, so just a little bit of action here. Ooh, this theme fits very well with this battle that's ongoing between Predaking and the Autobots. This was always an idea that I thought was really interesting on paper, but didn't really pan out the way that I had hoped. That was an animation that I was really proud of. I hadn't really ever done a knocked back and roll over animation before, so I was quite proud of that one at the time. Then Predaking transforms slowly as ever into his dragon form. Could have done that a bit better as well, as I only like half transformed him in that sequence. And also incorrectly transformed. Because I actually don't think I knew how to transform him at the time. I don't think I knew how to transform him. I don't think I had the manual with me, or I just didn't think to look it up. So I just have his legs just sprawled out to the sides and not real at all. But then AB laments about Predaking turning into a dragon. There's the thumbnail. This was also a sequence that I was quite proud of, just because I thought that was cool. I thought it was cool, like this big predatory beast just roaring in the face of a helpless Autobot that's got pinned down to the ground. I like that. I think that's cool. But then Optimus comes up and kicks Predaking in the face. Again, this could have been a lot quicker, but I'm okay with also that AB just springing up. And then Predaking flies away. And that's him for now. Oh, and then Drift takes him down. Oh, I forgot about this. Drift flying in, once again earning his keep. Oh my gosh, I forgot about this long drop that made Predaking's wing pop off. Whoops. That didn't break him, surprisingly, because I actually have Predaking up. He's on my shelf somewhere. He's hidden, but he's back there. He's in decent enough condition. Then we have all kinds of shenanigans here with the Decepticons, and then the Autobots arrive to confront them for a large-scale battle that will conclude the Rising Evil story in Part 3. I think Rising Evil had the most potential. I don't know, that might be a high bar for me to set for it right now, just point blank. But no, I feel like Rising Evil had the most potential and also the most potential squandered. Like, I wish the Predaking stuff would have been expanded on more. I already gave my piece about the Unicron stuff, how I just think his scaling and the fact that this is intended to be the Unicron just doesn't work. Um, and I wish that it was made to be more of a big deal than just like a villain of the week. Like, uh-oh, Megatron and the Decepticons are trying to raise the most evil being in the universe from slumber or whatever. Let's go stop them. And then it's done in 13 minutes and 9 seconds. Um, so yeah, I wish that there was something more to this. Like, I think that the potential is there because Megatron has reunified the Decepticons. They're getting ready for this big stand against the Autobots. And yeah, I don't know. It's just, it feels like some squandered potential, but there's some more confrontations with Optimus and Megatron. Some conversations with them between them about Unicron, so on and so forth. Let's see here. Berserker dies again. I think that it was actually like an internal joke that I had with myself as I was filming this. Is like, uh-oh, Berserker died again. Because I guess this was just sort of intended to be like a Decepticon drone or something. Filming this all in carpet presented so many challenges that I'm sure many animators, even myself, since I don't film on carpet at all anymore, I haven't in almost like what 7 years. But I don't think anyone can truly understand who hasn't filmed on carpet how bad it is. Like, people are falling over. They're, especially if they're not heavy, if they're light and they don't have good feet, they will just fall over. Yeah, always like that. If there is ever another piece of advice that I would give to any aspiring animators is film on hard surfaces. Because if you film on carpet, it is not going to work in your favor. I was lucky, very lucky that this wasn't even more of a mess than it already was. Because I mean, look at Blue Streak over there. Blue Streak's on the ground. I don't know if Blue Streak was shot down earlier, but I'm going to assume that he fell over. And I got tired of trying to pose him because his feet aren't good. There's Alpha Bravo that gets shot down. And we've got... Oh no, Blue Streak was shot down. Or maybe he just fell over and I decided he was shot down because I didn't want him to engage in action anymore. Little slow punch there. Meanwhile, on Cybertron, the Autobots are hanging out. We've got Smokescreen and Blaster and Red Alert back there. Red Alert. Red Alert of Galaxy Force fame. Also Cannonball fame, I guess. And Vector Prime communes with Optimus. And Megatron's getting ready to blast Optimus away, but then Prime grabs one of the Berserker things, and then Nitro distracts Megatron inadvertently. Just a whole overbooked nonsense here is what this is. And then Megatron gets jabbed in the back as the fighting continues elsewhere. Alpha Bravo back on his feet now as well. That's worth mentioning. I also kind of an interesting thing here. It's definitely never addressed in the series, but I kind of wanted Alpha Bravo to use, if you couldn't tell, these are crosscuts weapons. They like combine together to make this like really long rifle. So yeah, I wanted Alpha Bravo to use crosscuts weapons just as kind of a way to honor Crosscut. I don't know why he doesn't use Firefly's gun as a way to honor Firefly, his aerial bot brother, but oh well. I guess maybe my lore explanation is that Firefly was killed on the Decepticon ship before it blew up, so the gun would have been lost, but that's neither here nor there. Then Megatron. Oh yeah, that's a good one. I like that. That was kind of a Winter Soldier inspired thing there, but then Nitro knocks the shield out. This was when I was really getting into Marvel stuff. I was sort of like passively into Marvel at the time, but like Infinity War was just about to come out. This is, I think, 2018 or like very late 2017, possibly. No, I think it is 2018. Yeah, like Infinity War was about to come out, and I was like getting really into Marvel stuff. Like I was really into the Captain America movies, especially Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier was and kind of still is my favorite out of the Captain America films. It's probably a top 3 film for me. But yeah, so I wanted to like kind of homage that in a way with some choreography. Yeah, then Megatron stomps on the shield and it evaporates. That shield is a trusted heirloom of Vector Primes. And then the Decepticons move away from Unicron, because I think what they're doing is they're like repairing Unicron, because Unicron was damaged from whoever knows what. Brawl knocks down Landmine, and now the Autobots are in dire straits here, as things are just not looking their way. But Optimus braces himself for the showdown that will happen. Maybe he's trying to fly away or something of the sort. I don't recall. Then Optimus confronts Nitro again. Like, I really wish I would have done more with Nitro. And if I do add Nitro to the Crisis Verse, which I think is extremely likely that I will, I'm going to do way more with him. Just because, like, yeah, I think Nitro had so much potential in the Awakening Saga. I mean, he's never going to show up in the RAC because he's not, he's a movie figure, so he by default ends up in the Crisis Verse. But yeah, I do wish that I had done more with Nitro. And then Optimus sticks him through the eye with his sword. Just like his brother or cousin or whatever, Shockwave, how Optimus slices him across the eye. That was always the thing that I did with this, is Shockwave and Nitro, whenever they die, they'd always be shot in the eye. And I don't know, like, I guess that's kind of like, there's the target right there. Like, in Transformers 1, when Elita 1 punches Shockwave in the eye, and Optimus in Dark of the Moon rips out Shockwave's eye, and in the last episode of Transformers Prime, like Bumblebee punches Shockwave in the eye. There's lots of eye targeting, so I guess I just really honed in on that. Goodness, look how rusty Scourge's screws here at the base of his feet are, at the bottom of his feet. That's tremendous. Oh, and now Drift has the SMG, the submachine gun from Crosscut. Now Bone Crusher's dead. I love how I don't know if I ever really realized, well, I'm sure I realized at the time, but I haven't really thought about the fact that I gave Bone Crusher a lot of like detail, or like not detail, but like focus in Rising Evil as well as Operation Revival. Because when the Decepticons are attacking Cybertron, Bone Crusher is the one that's kind of like leading the charge alongside Devastator. And yeah, Bone Crusher gets a few like spotlight sections here in this. So now he's dead, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it. So yeah, that's interesting. And here's Blackout. Now Unicron is coming back online. Oh, there's some more of that red light action. Yep, now Unicron is back. He's menacing as ever, and he's to scale with with the main cast of characters. And then yeah, the nice little face off there as the two leaders collide. And here we have Ironhide and Red Alert guarding the prison cell. Just talking. And then, the Decepticons have broken free. Somehow they got their weapons back. I don't think I ever explained that, but the plot had to move along. And then, yeah, then Sky Shadow shoots down Red Alert, blurry as ever. and he shoots down Ironhide, and Ironhide gets no time before it fades back to blackout. So yeah, that was the deaths of those two characters. Ironhide had basically nothing in the Awakening Saga, unfortunately. A lot of that is due to the figure. The classics or universe or whichever Toyland is, Chug, if you will. That Ironhide was just not a very good figure. The head, as you can see here, see if I can get a nice shot of it. Like here, it's like tucked in. It's like tucked into his chest, which makes no sense. And like, yeah, his legs aren't very good. His arms aren't very good. I think his weapon is convoluted. Even though, I mean, it's not really, but it's just needless. I think it's needless. He's just a needlessly complex figure that has just nothing going for it. But yeah, oh well. So that was Ironhide, and Red Alert I didn't really have any plans for anyway. So yeah, so they die. And then back to the present, or back to the battle. Blackout gets shot down by Chromia. Chromia, another character I wish I would have done more with for sure. Then the Decepticons continue fighting alongside the Autobots. Oh yeah, so here's like the reserve team basically are here. Oh, nice uppercut there from Optimus to Megatron. Yeah, I think that this, Last Stand, which comes next, I think is the last time I do live motion. And then Unicron uses his force powers to knock down Megatron very anticlimactically. Unicron is still missing that horn. I feel like I came across it recently. I just forgot to superglue it back on. But Optimus charges Unicron, and then he gets knocked down by Crosshairs, who's trying to prevent Optimus from doing something stupid, like charging Unicron. But that doesn't really change anything. Then Megatron, yeah, I believe Megatron and them, yeah, Megatron and and Alpha Bravo and them unite together to fight against Unicron, since Unicron is only interested in his own dominance. Nice little sword sheathing there as Smokescreen runs up. I think that was the first time I had done like two things happening at once, which I know on the surface that doesn't make any sense for me to say, but I mean, like, there's something happening in the foreground. For this instance, it's Optimus sheathing his sword, and then Smokescreen runs up behind. Like, normally I'm only doing one thing at a time, or at least at this point in time in 2018, I was only doing one thing at a time, where it's, all right, this is Optimus sheathing his sword, and then there would be another frame of, Smokescreen running along. But I think this was the first time that I had done two things at once, like in the same frame. So that was kind of a... I know that doesn't mean anything. Like, I know lots of other animators or whatever, that's like, a walk in the park. But for me, that was like a new thing in 2018. Then Unicron is getting ready to kill everybody or something, and Optimus uses the power of the Matrix. And Unicron tries once again to do some damage there to Prime. And yeah, just no visual effects here. Hey, Harry, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome. We're just doing a look back at my first ever Transformers stop motion series from 2016 to 2020, and looking at the not great stuff and the fine stuff and the worse stuff. Hope you're doing well. So then again, I said earlier about how I was very inspired. I was just really getting into Marvel at the time. It was 2018, where Infinity War was just about to come out. So I did that spot earlier where Optimus has the shield that Megatron punches, very Winter Soldier-esque. And then right here, we have a very Infinity War-esque thing here where Unicron throws the fist and Optimus catches it, just like how Thanos threw the fist and Captain America caught it. So there we go. I'm doing good, Harry. I hope you're doing well as well. But yeah, so again, it's just lots of Marvel homages and whatnot. I think actually in this sequence, I'm not going to play the audio because it'll get me bopped. But I think I also used a track from Winter Soldier in this sequence. I think it was Taking a Stand was the one that I used. So yeah, I was very marveled at the time. Then Megatron flies in, delivers some damage. That what? There. There we go. Unicron gets hit in the back with the tissue effect. That would be even more used. Oh wow, Vector Prime comes in with the kick to the back. I totally forgot about that. Vector Prime making his presence felt. Alright, Optimus continues to channel the power of the Matrix. Alpha Bravo and Megatron standing side by side, not something that you would expect to see, especially here. I kind of wish, Alpha Bravo would never have known, right? I guess, yeah. That's what I was thinking. Maybe I was thinking it back in 2018. But I now thinking about it, I wish that there would have been something about Firefly. Maybe there is. I don't remember actually what the dialogue is here. But yeah, Alpha Bravo, I wish he would have said something like, I can never forgive you for killing Firefly, but he wouldn't have known because he wasn't there. I guess you can assume, but still. Yep, Vector Prime is charging in to deal the final blow, or to deal a supportive blow to Unicron. That takes out his chest piece area and his abs. And his abs. But then, yeah, Vector Prime gets sucker punched in the back of the head. Optimus channels the Matrix. Because now the Unicron's chest cavity is open. And look at that visual effect. That isn't a visual effect. It's actually a colored pencil. It's actually a colored pencil. We are innovating around here. No, that was fun, though. And then Unicron explodes. I wish I would have done something else there instead of him just vanishing. But even still. Oops, why is that freezing? Yeah, no, is that normally like that? I don't know. Yeah, I remember being very happy with that outcome with the colored pencil. Because I was like, okay, once again, this is very new into my stop motion tenure. So I hadn't really channeled any of that, visual effects or anything like that. So I was like, okay, how can I do a practical effect that can be passed off as a proper visual effect? It's like, okay, what's like a beam of light? I can't just summon a beam of light to go from this little Matrix to Unicron. Let's try a colored pencil. And it worked out, I think. I actually used the colored pencil again. I might have passed over it in the prequel, but in prequel episode 4, when the two ships are side by side, I do the colored pencil thing as well, where there's like a laser blast. But yeah, and then Vector Prime just vanishes. He's gone now. He never shows up again. That was it for Vector Prime. He gets sucker punched in the back of the head, and that's enough to kill him. I wanted to do more with that. I definitely wanted Vector Prime to have a proper send off that felt earned, but I guess it kind of did. He opened the path for Optimus to use the Matrix. Sorry, I had to mute there for a sneeze, but the sneeze never came, so it might arrive soon, but anyway. Yeah, Blackout's still alive. I didn't realize Blackout was still alive. Yeah, so then we have the Decepticons and the Autobots parting ways. Now that the fighting is done, they've united to defeat Unicron, and Unicron's been defeated, and now they'll part ways for now. So they've earned their mutual respect or something of the sort. And they vanish as well, just like ghosts. But I think the idea there was that they like space bridged away. And then Chromia alerts Optimus that Sky Shadow and Soundwave escaped, and Optimus shouts Megatron to the heavens. And we have lots of nonsense here on this screen. So let's go ahead and jump over to Last Stand, which is sort of the climax of this story. Ah, sorry, nose is a little runny. Yeah, it's sort of the climax of this story that we've been telling since the Awakening Part 1 with Optimus and Megatron. How, the tale is old as time, really. But then we have this little area right here where these aren't the characters. Again, I didn't do visual effects. If I did do visual effects, I would have made all of them like silver or gray, because these are supposed to be statues. And this is many years into the future. Many, many years. How can you tell? Because there's Optimus Primal, there's Cheetor, and there's Rat Trap. I did have an idea. Like I said at the start of the stream, I had this idea after Aftermath to keep going and do another series that I would have ended up calling Transformers Legacy. And it would have been sort of this bridge, I feel like, between the like quote unquote modern Transformers era and the Beast Wars type era. So there would have been like Beast Wars characters who showed up alongside like your classics, like whoever survives by the end of the Awakening Saga. Like, I guess Wing Saber is a good example. Like, yeah, you would have had Wing Saber pretty much leading the Autobots alongside whoever survives, and new characters alongside Beast Wars characters as well. So it would have been somewhat similar to RID 2001, but instead of the Predacons just being the Beast Wars inspired guys, who have been both sides. But yeah, so then Rat Trap just kind of asks about their history or whatever. So this was very much inspired by an episode. If anyone's ever seen the 2004 The Batman animated series, it's an exceptional series. If anyone's like a Batman fan in any regard and you haven't seen it, I highly recommend checking it out. It's a great, great series. But there's this episode in The Batman that does a similar thing that I do here, where it jumps like years and years, like decades into the future. Where this group of excavators, I guess, or like I can't remember if they were like GCPD or something, but they find the old Batcave, and they're like looking around because Mr. Freeze is back. He's causing chaos in Gotham like years later. And so these people are going down into the Batcave to see if they can find a way to stop Mr. Freeze. And throughout the episode, you get like flashbacks to Batman fighting Freeze with Nightwing, and then jump back to the future, etc. So I kind of wanted to lean into that a little bit, where it's like, okay, here's this like future section where it's like, this is after the war, blah, blah, blah. And then we jump back to the past, where like this is the end of the Optimus and Megatron story. So yeah, just a little bit of inspiration there. But yeah, so there's Optimal Optimus, a figure that is not in a good shape right now. I still own him somehow. But here we have the Autobots hanging around and rebuilding Cybertron, as they do after every conflict. But yeah, so then they're just getting ready to go and preparing for whatever the future holds, and Alpha Bravo checks in with Optimus. Oh man, yeah, that sneeze is it's long gone. It felt like it was gonna arrive, but it just took off. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to look. Is this in 720? Nope, still in 480. Let's go. The entire Awakening Saga in 480p, and it actually doesn't look terrible, which is nice, I guess. Well, it doesn't look great, but it doesn't look like it's worse than 480. So here's Predaking, a soldier without a master now that Unicron is gone. And yeah, Predaking is longing for some new belonging. And they demands to be taken to Megatron. That's right. That's right. Yeah, there was a distress signal, or like someone didn't report in, and so the Autobots went to go check it out, and Blue Streak and Co were slaughtered, unfortunately. Yeah, Blue Streak is one of those characters where I was kind of surprised at how long he lasted. Even though he wasn't really much of a main character, I basically treated Blue Streak as the, like, somewhat second in command of the Autobots. Even though I'm sure there are several other characters who are a lot more qualified for that position, Blue Streak always felt like the one that I would consider the second in command at the time, because no one else in the Awakening fit that role who survived. Like, Crosscut would have made a good second in command, he died. Hot Rod would have made a pretty good second in command, he died. Firefly, he died. And like Ironhide, I did not have time for because that figure wasn't very good. Yeah, so there's lots of different factors that went into me deciding, which characters got which prominence. But Blue Streak, again, despite not being like a super, prevalent character, he still was around a lot. But yeah, he was always like the second in command to me. Until his death, of course. And then here's Sky Shadow and Co. And the Autobots have a standoff. And the Decepticons end up retreating and whatnot. And then, yeah, I think it's interesting having these two paired together again. I mean, I guess that makes sense. But again, like I said during the Rising Evil Part 1, if there's out of that Moonbase crew that I would have kept alive, it would have been Wheeljack, and I would have sacrificed Crosshairs, because I did not care to have Crosshairs around. Yeah, so now Predaking is essentially pledging his allegiance to Megatron. And then we have... We have the Autobots going back to base and reporting in on the casualties unfortunately suffered, including Blue Streak and a few others. And then Optimus stops Alpha Bravo for a second and basically says, like, hey, if anyone is qualified to fill the shoes that Blue Streak left behind, it would most certainly be you. So he promotes Alpha Bravo to second in command of the Autobots, and then heads out. And then here I used a track from Infinity War, because now the movie had come out, and it was the when Iron Man knights Spider-Man and says, kid, you're an Avenger now, and that like stinger plays, that motif plays. That's the same one that I played here, because it was a similar vibe. Again, I was very marveled out at the time, so I was always looking for ways to homage the films that I was really enjoying. So that was kind of a Spider-Man comeuppance moment there when he gets knighted as an Avenger. Oh, look at this screen that's been taped up there. I could have done a better job with that. That's right, I printed this out. Yeah, because again, I was not doing visual effects. So yeah, I just printed out this picture of Megatron that I took, and I just stuck it up on that screen, which doesn't even fit. There we go. That's what we were doing back then. That's what we were doing. We were making it work somehow. And then, so then Megatron basically lays down the challenge for Optimus, and Optimus basically says, like, this is it. Megatron is going to die. He's crossed the line by killing Blue Streak. Now he dies. And then, so then the Autobots go on a bit of a montage of facing down against some Decepticons. This group of Constructicons, and Cannonball is there as well. And Cannonball dies immediately. Yep, just disappears. Not even like a tissue or anything to signify an explosion. Like that. There's Optimus doing the deal. And then Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. With the tape and the missile. I remember this. Wow, I remember filming that. That's fun. I forgot all about that. I hadn't thought about that in a long time, but I remember it. And Optimus does a very Dark of the Moon video game type situation where he removes Mixmaster's shields and then stabs him, Starkiller style. And again, with the more things happening in the background with Rampage, or I think it's Rampage, or I think it's Rampage falling over. And then they find this little base or something of the sorts here. I don't know what this was. I don't like this. Like, yeah, this wasn't very good. This was just a random thing to take Optimus out of the fight for a little while. Yeah, that's literally all this was. There was no build up. There was no no anything. Like this served no purpose except for an excuse to get Optimus out of the fight. Because I wanted the Autobots to very much be on the back foot, and I felt like if they had Optimus at the forefront, like leading the charge, they would not. Especially with the mental state that Optimus is in right now, because he's like pretty much like Warpath, like not Warpath as in blam. I mean like Warpath as in like that is his that is his goal, is just destruction, destroying all the Decepticons. So yeah, so I really don't like this in hindsight. I don't know what I was thinking. It was not a good idea. Because yeah, again, like Prime just needed a reason to be out of action, and this was just not the way to go. Yeah, it's not good. So yeah, the Autobots are like, oh my goodness, what was that? Let's go check it out. Optimus touched this glowing ball of energy, and now he's KO'd. Like, what is the glowing ball of energy? What is its purpose? How did the Autobots find it? Why did Optimus touch it? Like, there are so many things here that just don't make any sense. Like, they should have made sense, but they didn't. They just never made any sense. And their Scoop giving the Target Masters a fun little ride on the Scoop there. That wasn't a bad transformation. Yeah, Scoop is a character as well that kind of I never really intended to become prominent. And then he did, and I was like, all right, I guess we're doing this. I guess Scoop he's sticking around until this movie. I'm surprised this was almost 30 minutes. If you cut out like the Optimus nonsense with him being knocked out, this probably would have been like maybe 20. Yeah, so Megatron just preparing for battle. Soundwave was spying on them, and he's ordering Predaking to sort of lead the charge against Optimus, because I think Soundwave figured out that Optimus was KO'd. And here's Vector speaking with Prime inside the Matrix, or inside the Allspark, or whatever inside the glowing orb of energy that Optimus touched. No idea what it was, but he's just talking to Vector Prime now. Yeah, it's just a bunch of nonsense that, yeah, that's a blemish, I think. Okay, I think this is actually a scene that explains what the orb is, and I think it's talking about something with Operation Revival, because that's what this is. These are cut from Operation Revival. So he's probably saying that like the orb is connected to the Allspark power that brought Megatron back to life, and Optimus needs to protect the orb so that Megatron doesn't amass, infinite power to conquer the universe or some such thing. Like that's probably what this is, but I don't like it. I need more than a MacGuffin in my story, but I mean that's what the Awakening, the RAC, Galaxy Force, that's what they're all based on, are MacGuffins. You have your Cyber Planet keys and the Allspark fragments and all this stuff. But oh well. I think the MacGuffins need to be done well, and I don't think they were done well here. Excuse me. Oh boy, big Decepticon army. Also including Shockwave there, but that wasn't meant to be Shockwave. That was just kind of like a two-head moment, like from Age of Extinction. How there's like the Shockwave drone type thing. So yep, then Predaking roars his way into battle. Yeah, it's like, I actually like that, how AB and Drift are the two to be like, uh-oh, because they're the only two to have fought Predaking thus far. And Predaking just flies right past him, right into the place where Optimus is. I actually like that. I like just blasting right past the front line and just going straight to the objective. Because it forces the Autobots to sort of divide their forces and... Oh no, I put a correction on here because there must have been a mistake. Why would I do that? That was a bad idea. Oh boy, this film isn't very good, is it? Um All right, but anyway, yeah, so the Decepticons are, getting ready to mobilize and whatnot. The Autobots are trying to hold the line. Vector Prime still speaking with Optimus. He tells him that he has a destiny to fulfill and some such thing, and Optimus is, he's questioning it because he knows that he has one last fight left. And yeah, so Predaking beat the Energon out of AB and Drift, and now he's getting ready to deal with Optimus Prime once and for all while he's still unconscious. Yeah, but then, just in the nick of time, Optimus comes to his senses, and now he's conscious again. All kinds of fun stuff there, and punches his face off. That's right, I remember that. He punches the face off of Predaking, literally. That's just something. Oh yeah, and that was it. That was just it. I guess Predaking's just dead now. Wow. Yeah, wow. I didn't really, I haven't seen this film in forever. I kind of remember it being decent as I was making it. I take that back. I take that back. It's just a bloated story for the sake of being bloated. And it's a clear indication to any aspiring animators or even ongoing, seasoned veterans of animators that the length of the film means nothing. I think, yeah, I think Operation Revival as a miniseries is infinitely better than this as a main, as like the movie, this is the end of this big story before Aftermath, of course. But, I don't know. But anyway, blasters rallying the Autobots. The fighting ensues. All kinds of carnage around. Also, I believe that this is on the planet Paradron, was my intention with this. Oh, hey, there's that glowing orb, but it's a Scorponok spark, and Baby just killed Scorponok. Hey, Luca, welcome in. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, so I think that this is kind of where the film kind of turns around and becomes a little bit decent. Mostly just because it's the fight. Oh, hey, there's Optimus doing the eye slash again. How original. Oh, yeah, no. Nope, no way. This scene is awful. This is another just bad scene. So Megatron drops down, and he asks Brawl if he wants his brothers, the Combaticons, back. And Brawl's like, yeah, duh. And then Megatron brings them back to life. It's like, okay, where did you get this power? I'm sure you got it from Unicron or something. But now, so Brawl is, sorry for the double flash there. Sorry, apologies for that. So yeah, so now all the Combaticons are just alive again. They're just here. Never mind that Blastoff and Swindle died on Cybertron. And never mind that, you know, Onslaught and Vortex died on Earth. They're just here. And they're very dusty as well. You can just kind of see all the dust there. But yeah, so it's just a nonsensical plot device just to make things happen. Like, it's Crash TV, you know? It's just boom, boom, boom. Like, here's all these big moments of all these things happening that don't make any sense, but who cares because it's things happening. Like, this is not good. And now Bruticus is here, which is finally using a combiner. I mean, we had Devastator and Operation Revival, but I don't really count that. Yeah, there we go. And then Megatron challenges Optimus one final time. Let them fight. Oops. I think this is where Optimus transforms, and it does not take a minute. Here we go. Yeah, Optimus transforms into his truck mode. It still takes a while, but it's not a minute, so... Yeah, a few of those frames definitely should have been cut. And also, some fun trivia. That was the first time I'd actually ever transformed Last Night Optimus. Because I normally, lots of the times, I just don't really fiddle around with the Transformer figures. If I'm getting ready to, like, film with them, I'll just, like, kind of, you know, get their joints, you know, loose or whatever, but I don't transform them. So that was the first time that I had transformed, unless I have to for the story. But yeah, I had never transformed Last Night Optimus before, so there's some trivia for you. And Alpha Bravo's arm gets shot off. That was actually a request. My dear friend Alpha 3 Dog, who voices Alpha Bravo, he had requested that at least one scene Alpha Bravo gets his arm blown off in a heroic moment, which I don't know about heroic, but it was a moment for sure. So there you go. And now Smokescreen is dead, unfortunately. He's made for bigger and better things, but kind of a similar case to Hot Rod. Oh, there is a cat right there. But yeah, in a similar case to what happened to Hot Rod is that Smokescreen was incomplete, and part of the joint, for anyone who doesn't know, the Transformers Prime Smokescreen figure has a clear plastic neck, and part of the plastic had broken off, so his head was like really wobbly. And I had never done anything like, you know, floor polish, nail polish remover, whatever, to like tighten the joints. So I just like, all right, well, throw my hands up. Smokescreen's gonna die. So yeah, and there's a cat right there, a cat in stop motion, and then Sky Shadow throws Drift's sword and stabs him. So now the Autobots once again find themselves in dire straits, but Sky Shadow is shot back by the arriving reserve team, with a landmine riding Grimlock there in the background. That's fun. Look at that guy. That guy's having a good time. And, yeah. So, yeah, the Autobots arrive and turn the tide, and AB is brought to safety, and the rest of the Autobots are, like, being used as, they're being used as, like, cover, essentially. And there's the thumbnail. Here's a fun thing. I actually, I don't know, it doesn't look good, but I really wanted this cool little, like, thing to work. Like Megatron just taunting Optimus with this, like, scraping the blade across his face, and then Optimus doing the like when he gets shot in Revenge of the Fallen, which is the soundbite that I used for this. I know I don't have audio on right now, but that's what I used. But yeah, so I wanted that to work, the like scrape across the face thing, but it just didn't really work out. But maybe I'll do that again with something better. But yeah, I'm just gonna let this run real quick. I'm just going to have some water real fast. All right, we're back. So yeah, so Jazz interfering, trying to protect Optimus. Megatron shoots him down. Jazz is believed to be dead, but he actually does survive. Believe it or not, Jazz survives. Oh, he missed. Optimus just missed his punch there. And then Megatron blasts him in the face, and Prime just awkwardly falls back. Like, yeah, I feel like this is a regression. I feel like we're going back to, like, Operation Revival Part 1. Like, Sky Shadow had a good transformation there, but everything else is just very choppy. I'm sure a lot of that had to do with the fact that this was just a long film. You know, like, it was a 28-minute film that I was really trying to make work, but a lot of things just ended up being half-baked because it just wasn't, there wasn't, like, I guess, time or whatever. So Bumblebee is supposed to be sliding in there. I don't know if I actually did the slide. I don't know if it's just being slow. Yeah, I don't know. But similar to Dark of the Moon, Bumblebee shoots off Soundwave's head. There's some fingers there for you. And there's Bruticus doing his thing, using the Vortex Blade, and then here's just the worst part. Just boom, just Grimlock flies in. You can see my hand clear as day. Clear as day. Yeah, where is it? Right, oh yeah, I mean, you saw it there, probably. Yeah, it's just hand right there as he just takes out Bruticus, and that's Bruticus dead. Like, Bruticus is done for now. But Sky Shadow is ready to enact revenge on Drift for his betrayal of the Decepticons, not once but twice. But then Sky Shadow is shocked down by Knockout, who decides he's joining the winning team. Because that's the Knockout way, right? And another moment that I think works for Transformers Prime, you know, whatever, but it doesn't work here because Knockout had no build-up. There was nothing. Knockout was a non-character in this series, and then he just decides, oh, I'm joining the Autobots now. See, I just, man, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? Crosshairs doing his thing, Cyclonus using Scourge as cover. There's Wheelie as cover as well. And now Scoop is dead, unfortunately. He's getting a little bit of a push there in this series, but no such luck. I guess it's also important to consider as well, like how I said about oh shoot, my my thought there just evaporated. No, okay, I have it now. So much like how in The Awakening Part 3, a lot of my thoughts at the time were, okay, I don't know if I'm actually going to make another, you know, Transformers series following up from this. So let's just go scorched earth on some of these characters. That's why, you know, Firefly died, why, you know, Wheeljack died, or, you know, whoever else, Springer, right? Like, Crosscut. Lots of characters died in The Awakening Part 3 and so on, in The Awakening in general, because I wasn't sure if I was going to do more. So I wanted to make sure that, you know, that it wasn't just, oh, everybody lives type thing. And this is a similar case here, because The Last Stand, as it says in the title, this was going to be the end. There was going to be no more of the Awakening Saga after this. I was going to be done. However, I decided later on that doing Transformers stop motion is just a very big passion of mine, so I wanted to continue this story, give it one last hurrah before ending it and moving on to something else. So yeah, so that was the case here with a lot of these characters and moments where it's like, okay, all these Decepticons are now dying because I don't think there's going to be any more story after this, so I don't need them. That's why Bruticus just died to a Grimlock lunge. Like, that's why Scoop just died to nothing. You know, like all these characters who are dying is, you know, a big part of it is because I didn't think that I would ever actually use them again. Now, Megatron, I guess Megatron's just kind of, I don't know, what's he doing here? Oh, okay, so the Decepticons are surrendering, Megatron's kind of given up. Oh, I guess Smokescreen is alive, but he doesn't make it. He's not in Aftermath. Yeah, so they're kind of getting ready to let bygones be bygones and, you know, just end the war, but then Megatron tries to turn on Optimus, but then Prime quickly slashes Megatron across the chest. And look at this lovely practical design here with this slash. And that is ultimately the killing blow. Optimus laments having to kill Megatron after so long in their history. That took a little while to drop. But that was it. That is Megatron's death there. And yeah. Just proceed along here. Yep, there's Megatron falling over. And then now the fighting is... Oh, Jazz is also alive. He's just laying there dead, but he is still alive. Trust me. AB is very wrapped up after his arm got blown off, which I thought was fun. That was a fun thing to do. Yeah, I don't know why I left Jazz there. I don't know why I left Jazz just laying on the ground there. Like, he is alive. He does come back. He's just napping, probably. There's a Cyclonus flying away. And Sky Shadow. Because, yeah, I kind of left the door open for a continuation, but at the time, I didn't want to. I wanted to move on. And then Optimus thinks of the war. Sorry, Seb. Blow my nose there. And Optimus, he collapses. Everyone's surprised. They turn him over swiftly. Optimus has truly suffered very much during this conflict, and then he turns gray. He turns gray, he dies, and then a statue is put up in his honor. I know, again, like I said at the beginning of this film, if I did visual effects, I would have made it gray or silver, whatever, metallic. But yeah, that they didn't just do a taxidermy on Optimus for this, like they did in the Decepticon crypt. That's not Optimus. He's actually buried on the thing beneath the statue. But yeah, so then Landmine and Alpha Bravo remember the past, and then now you have this the future. The future with the Maximals, which is definitely going to be, you know, the future of you know, the Awakening Saga, right? And then Cheetor shows up. Okay, so funny story about this. Obviously this is Beast Machine's Cheetor, and I remember my broski, my VA for, you know, he's voiced many characters over the course of the Awakening Saga. He's voiced Starscream and occasionally Soundwave, and a few. I think he might have voiced Unicron as well. He voiced a few. Blackout. He voiced Blackout as well. He voiced a few characters in the series. And I remember when he was watching this, I was there as he watched this film. And when Cheetor showed up at the end, I just remember him going, "What the heck is that?" Because he's never seen, you know, Beast Wars or Beast Machines or anything like that, so he was completely taken aback by spotting Cheetor here. Just this frame. Let's see if I can get to that frame. Let's see, it might be the. Oh, uh-oh, the audio's glitching out. No. Yeah, this frame right here. I mean, even though, like, Cheetor looks like a mess here as well, like his shoulders down, blah, blah, blah. But, like, yeah, I just remember him going, "What the heck is that?" Just, again, just complete awe at this sight. It's definitely not a great sight. This is kind of hideous. Anyway, it's a fun little behind-the-scenes story there. But yeah, so then the Maximals carry on, leaving this relic of the past with these statues of Optimus and Megatron and Alpha Bravo, and that's it. That is the film. That is it. That is The Last Stand. But that's not everything. So, like I said, right? The Last Stand was going to be it. I was done making Transformers films. I was going to move on. And what I was going to move into doing was Lego Marvel stop motions. So what I did was, I feel like this was just like a sneaky little thing to like hint at what the future was, even though there's no correlation. There's no correlation between the Transformers Awakening Saga and whatever the Lego Marvel series would have been. But I just wanted to put a little, Minoko theme. I don't know if you can hear that. It's kind of faint. But yeah, so I did a little post-credit scene that was a Lego stop motion. With it had Red Skull and Baron Strucker and all these guys. You know, we were doing stuff. There's going to be this Lego Marvel stop motion series that I was going to do after this. And for those who might not know, I made the first part of this. It's called Lego Marvel Hydra Strikes, I believe. And it did terribly. Now, I'm not normally a person who judges, you know, what I pursue based off of views or anything like that. I just kind of go with what my heart tells me. If something works, it's awesome. I want to keep doing it. Let's go. But if it's something that I don't really feel any commitment to, I can bury it, no problem. So I made Lego Marvel Hydra Strikes. I thought it was decent enough because it was after Last Stand, so I had gotten better at doing stop motion. It was going to be my first Lego stop motion, and it did terribly. I kid you not, it was awful. I don't remember if I have it unlisted right now or if it is publicly available. I might have unlisted it, but back in 2018, I made that film. Today, to this day, in 2025, it has a total of 120 views, and yeah, it did terribly. So I decided then and there, I said, okay, Lego Marvel is not the way to go. So I decided then as well as like, okay, let's go back in time and do the prequels for the Awakening Saga, and then that eventually led into me doing Aftermath. So that might be some trivia that no one knows here. I can't remember how many views. It was 7.3 thousand. So 7.3 thousand people, I'm sure, were aware that there was this post-credit scene, or maybe they just stopped watching once the credits started rolling. Either way, and yeah, no one stuck around for the Lego Marvel stuff. I don't even remember filming this. Wow, it's like a submarine underwater or something. I didn't even follow through with that in Hydra Strikes. But yeah, so then yeah, I put the kibosh on any Lego Marvel stuff immediately because I knew it would not do well, and I had lots of plans for it, but plans that will never see the light of day, unfortunately. So yeah, so again, like I said, after Hydra Strikes bombed, I went back and I did the prequels for the Awakening Saga. And then I decided, all right, let's just do one last hurrah of this story of the Awakening Saga and end it with Aftermath, which I did. Again, Aftermath, not to be confused with the other Aftermath series by Thunderwing Studios. No, that Aftermath is substantially better than this. Please go watch that if you haven't. I would be surprised if anyone watching this hasn't seen that Aftermath series because it is exceptional series. Yeah, very much does so much more credit to the name than this did, but I still think this is good. But yeah, so here we have Sky Shadow. Also, 4 hours in, we're in the home stretch. We're almost there. I will kind of be speeding through, not speeding, but I'm not gonna really take my time too much with this since it's not too much to go with, or not too much to expand on that I haven't already. However, I say that, but actually there is quite a bit that I can talk about here. So here we have this cast of Decepticon characters, right? So you have Sky Shadow, who just came back from Last Stand. The battle is over. Sky Shadow and Cyclonus left to regroup with these, like, you know, reserve team Decepticons. So you have Octane on the left, you have Dreadwing next to him, then you have Quake and Trigger Happy. So my idea, like how I was talking about earlier with this legacy idea that I had, it was going to be sort of like the Autobots who survived Aftermath, as well as like maybe some Beast Wars characters thrown in. I had this idea, or inspiration, I should say. I was inspired by a longtime series that I've always been a fan of. It's the Dynasty Warriors series. For anyone who hasn't played the Dynasty Warriors games, it's set in the Three Kingdoms era of China. It's like 180 AD to like 230 some odd, 250, somewhere around there. And I was always so intrigued by how the story progressed, and characters would sort of be like rotated in and out, where like you start in the early game, say like you're doing the Battle of Hulao Gate or, you know, Chibi or whatever. You have your like your usual Dynasty Warriors characters. You have Cao Cao, Liu Bei, you know, Sun Quan, you know, all these characters, Zhao Yun, whoever. And then as time goes on in the games, as life happens, characters die off screen because lots of times it's off screen deaths just to keep the flow of gameplay going. Characters die off screen and then new ones come in. So like, you know, for instance, after the Battle of Chibi and Yiling and all that, then you have new characters coming in like Zhang Wei and the and like Guan Yu's kids and whatever. So and then same goes for like all the different factions. There's like newcomers that come in to sort of like, it's like new blood type stuff, right? So that was a big inspiration that I had for Aftermath, as well as the Never to Happen Legacy series, is I wanted to have mostly new, fresh faces and a couple of like long-standing characters to elevate the fresh faces to a new, you know, level. And so that's what I wanted to do here with the Decepticon cast. I didn't want to have very many returning characters like Bruticus, for example. I didn't want to bring Bruticus back or anything like that because I wanted to give the spotlight to all these new characters I hadn't used at all before. Oh man, this track is so good from Expedition 33. But anyway, so yeah, so Sky Xiao's reporting to these Decepticons that Megatron is in fact dead. Also, I'll go back to me saying that stuff about Dynasty Warriors. I hope that makes sense. Just like a generational advance. Like, you're moving forward in time, so older characters go away and new characters come in. Yeah, that's basically as simple as it gets. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, so anyway, so Quake is kind of making his claim for leadership here, and Sky Shadow is challenging that because, you know, Sky Shadow. So Quake thinks that the Decepticons deserve a strong leader like he is, but then Sky Shadow immediately shuts that down and shoots him in the leg, and then says, you know, how very Starscream of you, and then becomes the leader himself. So now Sky Shadow is the leader of the Decepticons, kind of a unique twist on things that I don't believe has been done before, along with this cast of characters, which I don't believe have all been together before, which is nice. So yeah, so then the Decepticons go on, and then yeah, 10 years later, so this is 10 years after Last Stand, so Optimus, Megatron, and them have been dead for 10 years. The Decepticons have been curating their forces for 10 years. The Autobots have been rebuilding Cybertron for 10 years. And yeah, so kind of mystery is now afoot. I think there's someone who goes missing. Oh, right, and then Hot Rod shows up. Yeah, so Hot Rod is back. You might remember Hot Rod from, you know, this little thing called Transformers The Awakening Part 1, where he just dies. Again, like I said, the figure was falling apart, so I couldn't use him. Yeah, so Hot Rod is back. Oop, almost fell out of my seat here. Hot Rod's back mysteriously. There's no real explanation as to why he's back right now. We will get an explanation later on. And we talked about it a bit earlier, about how the story of Hot Rod and Aftermath is kind of confusing, which I do agree. I wish I had done more with it. But yeah, so Hot Rod is back and he's ready to rejoin the Autobots. Alpha Bravo is very confused by this. And yeah, so then life goes on. Hot Rod's just saying that he remembers, just like, you know, or he doesn't remember anything after he was brought back to life. But then we have, again, some more characters here. So, whoops, I paused a little too late there. So we have Bumblebee, who's been around for a while. He's been around since The Awakening, but then he was out of commission for Operation Revival, and then he came back in Rising Evil onward. So Bumblebee's here. Breakaway is here, even though Breakaway, I'm pretty sure, died in Operation Revival Part 1. I don't remember that, but now he's back. He's alive. And Silverbolt is here as well. Silverbolt, a new addition to the cast, which Silverbolt's kind of a Destiny's Child in a way for what his story becomes, which I didn't really have that intention until much later in the story. That's a good Silverbolt figure. I'm glad I still have it. I don't know if I'll use him in anything, or if I'll get like, you know, the Age of the Primes one. But that's a good Silverbolt. He's tall and he's got this imposing figure and whatnot. We have Power of the Primes Jazz, which I'm currently selling on eBay. Shocked at 99 in a lot of 3 with Springer and Skids. So then Jazz picks up this strange signal, I believe, and then he transforms and finds Crosshairs dead. Crosshairs is now dead, killed off screen. Well, how unfortunate. So yeah, so they're having an autopsy done on Crosshairs to figure out how he died. Silverbolt's on patrol. Again, I really like this figure. He doesn't have a lot in terms of like articulation or whatever, but he just kind of works. And then we have, some Decepticons doing some shenanigans afoot on Cybertron. We have Quake, and then we have Octane, voiced by AHM1K. Shouts out to him for helping out with that. He also voices Vortex in the Awakening remake. I'm going to try to get him back for the next year remake as well. And then we have Crankcase as well. I think I think Aftermath has the most different people voicing characters in any of the series that I've done. Yeah, so Silverbolt faces off against these Decepticons. Sorry if I sound very nasally. I've kind of plugged up real fast. I'm gonna go ahead and just blow my nose real quick. All right, we are so back. Hopefully I sound a bit better, less congested. I'm having nose problems lately, so I'm having treatment stuff done for that. But yeah, so then they take down Silverbolt. Unfortunately, Octane is apprehensive to that because they're trying to keep a low profile and not get the attention of the Autobots. But Quake doesn't care because, once again, he believes that showing strength against the Autobots is the only way to really wage war against them and not do, sneaky tactics like Sky Shadow's got them doing right now. But yeah, so Silverbolt gets a distress signal off, and then the Autobots find him and get him. Oh, Blur is here as well. I forgot about Blur. Yeah, that's interesting. They have Getaway just going right in front of Alpha Bravo. Nice blocking there, buddy. So yeah, so then Blaster's here as well. So again, we have a bit of the old guard as well as a bit of the new guard, which is always fun. It's kind of balance things out. Well, I guess Getaway at this point would have been considered new guard because I had done the prequel and then he was absent for the entire series until now. So yeah. But then again, yeah, we have Breakaway here, we have Silverbolt. Meanwhile, a mix of the old guard with Jazz and Blaster and Bumblebee and Alpha Bravo. There's definitely a lot more of the old guard, I think, present for the Autobots than there are for the Decepticons. For the Decepticons, the only returning faces are basically Sky Shadow and Cyclonus, I think. I'm pretty sure that's right. There's Jazz there. And yeah, so then the Decepticons are set up and they're ready to go. And then Quake is, they report, Quake's mishap. And then Sky Shadow once again has to assert dominance over Quake. Again, a very like Megatron Starscream type pairing here between the two. Which is interesting. I don't know what that was. That was just like him sticking out his hand to get him to stop talking or something. But yeah, let me go ahead real quick. I want to adjust my microphone. Okay, there we go. Hopefully I sound better, clearer, because I was kind of moving away because I'm looking at OBS instead of at my laptop where I've got this playing. Anyway. So yeah, so now the Decepticons prepare to make their presence on Cybertron felt once again, whoops, not me to do that, as they prepare to broadcast out a message. Ooh, transition in the last 30 seconds of this film. Um, I don't like that G1. I love the G1 transition, but I just don't like it for this. I don't think it works very well. As I'm going to be using the Devastation one going forward for RAC stuff. But yeah. And yeah, then here's Sky Shadow's message. He's telling the Autobots that the Decepticons have returned and they are not ready. And then there's a nice little change there with the red eyes, as kind of Crosshairs Productions inspired. And then we have episode 2, Insurgents. So yeah, so once again, it's just Sky Shadow's message to the Autobots, showing them, telling them what's up. Again, kind of our main cast here, minus a few. Like Blur, I would not say is like a main cast character in the slightest. But the others I could kind of say are. Oh. Man, throat's kind of hurt a little bit. That's probably because I've been talking for 4 hours and 15 minutes. But we're almost there. Almost at the end, fortunately. And then Breakaway. But yeah, so then the Autobots, once again, just kind of figuring out what they want to do here to combat the rising Decepticon threat once again. And, whoa, what in the world? That's not right. But yeah, so I'm trying to think of here. Yeah, I guess once again I'll point out about the background stuff. I got that for the prequel part, episode 3, and then again, ever since, that's all I use is just the gray and black background, at least until I switch into using like a larger set piece, which I did for I actually don't recall. Which film was it that I started using the big set piece? Galaxy Force episode 1. So yeah. Then there's Octane and Trigger Happy, characters who will once again make their appearance in the RAC, but it'll be a little while. And the Autobots have a bit of a face-off with these Decepticons. Now that they've just been causing calamity. Ooh, that was a nice little transition there. So then, the Decepticons are fighting against the Autobots. What else is new? Autobots fighting back, and then, the Decepticons retreat, because this is kind of meant to be not necessarily a diversionary assault. Well, in a way it is. It's just sort of a reminder that, hey, us Decepticons are still here causing chaos. There's that G1 transition again. And then, okay, that's not good. I don't like the Sky Shadow, like, dim the lights with the flashlight to get his eyes red. Visual effects, again, I wasn't doing that yet, so. Once I do start doing visual effects after Aftermath, then that's when things start looking up for us. So then we have Jazz and Alpha Bravo, just figuring out what's going on. That's right, Hot Rod hasn't showed back up yet, has he? He's probably just in the med bay being looked at. Oh wait, was that Firefly's gun? It is. Oh, what do you know? Okay. So, I guess scratch what I said earlier about AB maybe not having Firefly's gun because Firefly died on the Decepticon ship, which exploded. So, or wait, I think it exploded, right? Pretty sure it did. Never mind. AB now has Firefly's gun, which is nice. And then we have more of the Decepticon shenanigans here. Once again, Kickback and Thrust showing up because I got those characters around the time of me doing the prequel. And after I did the prequel, I did Aftermath. So lots of those characters who made brief appearances in the prequel was kind of a teaser for some of the characters who would show up later on. No visual effects, but I am pretty happy with how this animation's looking. I think that this is just a gigantic step up from everything. And to be fair, I I'm sure many of you know, many viewers know, that I don't just do Transformers stop motions. I also do lots of Star Wars stop motions as well. Um, so of course I was honing my skills a lot with that as well. Um, so fortunately, I've had quite a bit of experience by this point in 2019, I think it is. Yeah, 2019. Um, so yeah, so I'd been doing stop motion for about 2.5 years because this was early 2019. Um, early 2019, and yeah, I started in late 2016. So yeah, just almost 2.5 years. So yeah, so I think that this is pretty good for 2.5 years of work. I like having each character be very emotive, like emoting with their heads and whatnot. Like Alpha Bravo, how I just looked up there, and to be continued. Also, again, I'm sure you can notice from the black bars on the sides of the screen, but all of these were all filmed in 4:3. Um, and that was because, silly me, the camera that I've been using all that time until 2020, that camera, I was not aware, had a 1280 by 720 feature. I was not aware of that. So I figured out much later. I figured out when I was doing Halo in 2021 that my camera had that feature, and I've regretted not using that ever since. So yeah, this is not to throw anything at anyone that uses 4:3, because if you're comfortable doing 4:3, please do. Like that's amazing. But for me, I like to do 16:9 or whatever the next one up from that is. Excuse me. We have Blaster and Blur here holding the perimeter. Now in episode 3, Takeover. And we have Cyclonus and not Sky Shadow. Oh, that's right. Dropkick is here as well. Dropkick was definitely like a background character. I mean, a couple of the Decepticons are background characters, but you know. Let's see. Yeah, so the Decepticons are pretty much just launching the attack now on the Autobots on their headquarters. That's nice. AB storing his weapons. Oh, whoops, I haven't had the cursor in the way. AB storing his weapons on his back there. That's actually pretty nice. Forgot about that. But yeah, so anyway, kind of a diversionary attack where Cyclonus and his team are attacking Blaster and Blur, and then you have Quake here who is attacking Alpha Bravo and the team. I know Getaway is here, but I don't know if there's anyone else. That's right, because Getaway, or yeah, these two. I was just gonna say Getaway and Breakaway. It's confusing. Away. But yeah, Bumblebee and Breakaway were out dealing with Octane and Trigger Happy. Forgot all about that. Let's kind of proceed along here. I guess the Autobots, I think the Bumblebee and Breakaway were kind of figuring out there that this was a diversionary attack. Sky Shadow sneaks in while Jazz is unaware. I remember this being a sort of fun sequence. Having Quake be this physical, very physical threat to the Autobots, especially Alpha Bravo. It's kind of a test, a thumbnail, test of him as leader. And also, yeah, now we're finally using like blast effect stuff. Because the blue blasts, tissue effect. The blue blast effect is from a Marvel Legends Iron Man figure. And then the red effects come from a Star Wars, I want to say it's Attack of the Clones or Saga collection from 2002. I think it's a Luminara and Dooley figure who has this like ricochet bolt effect that you can snap onto her lightsaber. So yeah, so that's why I use for the red, and then for the blue is the Iron Man repulsor blast thing. Useless trivia, I know, but it's just fun to talk about stuff like that because if anyone's ever wondering or curious. Yep. So now Sky Shadow has got Jazz, but shoots the gun out of his hand. That wasn't very good, but oh well. Again, visual effects, once we get to it down the road. We never get to visual effects here, but still. Then Trigger Happy shows up, gets Jazz. Yeah, Sky Shadow's talking about like the legendary Decepticons of the past. So he aspires to be sort of on that same level of the Decepticons, like Megatron and Soundwave and Shockwave in them, and Starscream, I guess, to an extent. I guess I never really talked about that during Operation Revival. Sorry for my continued pausing, but this is a retrospective after all. Starscream was very wasted in this series. I don't mean intoxicated. I mean Starscream as a character was very underutilized. I definitely, another character I very much regret not doing more with, because I felt like there was like the sky was the limit for a character like Starscream. But obviously I'm sure it's a tired old trope of, oh, Starscream's, aspiring for being leader. He's always betraying Megatron, blah, blah, blah. But I felt like there could have been something there that I could have done differently in the RAC, or sorry, in the Awakening Saga, that I will try to execute on in the RAC. Yeah, I feel like there's something there with Starscream that I could do, that could be interesting for his character and not make him feel like an afterthought like he does in the Awakening Saga. Because yeah, he's around for Awakening parts 1 through 3. He does quite a bit in the Awakening parts 1 through 3, and then he gets captured in part 3, and then when Megatron comes back to life in Operation Revival, he just kills Starscream. So yeah, I feel like there's a bit more there on the surface, or beneath the surface, whatever, that I could do with Starscream that could work. That's a fun little sequence. I like that. This one I was quite proud of. So he shoots, and then he shoots with the cannon. Like the cannon rotates around. It's kind of like a Dash Rendar for anyone who has ever played Shadows of the Empire. Dash Rendar has a shoulder gun that does a similar thing. Also, I guess for anyone who's seen The Mandalorian, Mayfeld, he has the same shoulder gun as well. Then Quake's head gets shot off by Bumblebee. Bumblebee really becoming a character of his own in this. And then the head, oh no, he's a headmaster. And then he's got like the pipsqueak voice. He's, vowing revenge, blah, blah, blah. And then Alpha Bravo kicks him away. So technically Quake is not dead. I'm sure if he found his body again, he could just reattach to his body, but we don't do that. But yeah, so now the Decepticons have pretty much captured the Autobot base, and so on and so forth. But AB and the rest arrive in the nick of time to try and save Jazz and send the Decepticons packing. They all open fire. Decepticons return fire. Tells Jazz to run away. Jazz nods. He's getting ready to go. And then boom! Jazz with tissue with Sharpie on it, and because I was too scared to customize Jazz, and also I don't do visual effects at this point, is now dead. Jazz, rest in peace. I think that was a bold move that I really wanted to take. That was sort of always my vision for this series, was to do a bold death like that, because I feel like just moving into this new guard type stuff. So Jazz, unfortunately, now dead. If he wasn't dead at the end of Last Stand, he is dead now. But now the Autobots retreat into the med bay, which is where Alpha Bravo told them to retreat to at the end of episode 3. Get the door shut. This is retaliation. So the Autobots try to figure out what to do now that the Decepticons have taken over the Autobot base. I don't think it's ever really made like abundantly clear that this is the Autobot base, or like headquarters or whatever. At least by the Decepticons. I don't think they ever really are like, yes, now we have the Autobot headquarters, so we can, take whatever resources they have here. AB flying about. That's right, he and Breakaway set out because they're the only ones who can fly, and they were pretty high up in Autobot headquarters, is where the med bay is. So they didn't want, the non-flyers to just drop and crash. But they find Knockout. Knockout's just been kind of living a peaceful life of sorts on Cybertron since the end of Last Stand, since he turned on the Decepticons. And AB and Breakaway ask Knockout for help in combating the Decepticons, but Knockout wants no part of it because he did his time. The war for him is well and truly over. He wants nothing to do with their righteous crusade. But even as Knockout leaves, the war still follows him as Sky Shadow, as we'll soon see here. Sky Shadow followed Knockout as well, eager to get revenge, since if you recall in The Last Stand, it was Sky Shadow who was about to kill Drift, I believe it was, and yeah, then was zapped unconscious by Knockout, and now he's looking for revenge, so Knockout dies off screen. And then the Autobots find Landmine, who's also just been hanging out since the end of the war. And they ask him to come aboard, and he gladly does so. Because there is a fight to be fought. And then Sky Shadow returns to base with the Knockout staff. And this was actually a fun sequence that I had a lot of fun doing, was the bending of the staff. It doesn't make any sense because he's kind of holding it above the joint where it can turn, but even still, I had lots of fun doing that, where I was like, yes, I want him to crush the spear as like a symbol of crushing his past, his past grievances. But yeah, so then Sky Shadow sends Kickback to infiltrate the med bay and cut the power and get in and allow the Decepticons to ransack them. But then, then the Autobots come face to face with Cyclonus. Cyclonus was sent to handle them, and the Autobots do just that. Oh, that's right. It's a nice little fight scene here. I was pretty proud of this choreography. Nice little super kick there for AB. Breakaway wants to intervene, but Landmine says no. AB's got to prove himself as a leader. Oh my goodness! An RKO! A Diamond Cutter! An Ace Crusher! Whatever you want to call it. And especially, it's been almost, I think, a little over 10 years since I became a pro wrestling fan, and it was only now, this was 2020, 5 years later, where I decided, like, hey, wait, I like pro wrestling. I like the moves that people do because they're very well thought out and whatnot most of the time. So why not try to apply some of that into my own aspirations to do choreography? Right? Like, I'm not, I don't know. I guess I'd say, like, I'm not a creative individual, I think, when it comes to choreographing. Like, it takes a lot for me to decide, like, okay, you're going to do this, because most of the time, most of my fights end up being stale. So I think a great inspiration there is to look at something that I enjoy, like pro wrestling, and look at some of the moves that some of the performers do, and sort of lean on that as a guiding light for what actions I want these giant robots to do. And then Cyclonus is just executed there. So yeah. And the Autobots head back. Meanwhile, in the med bay, Silverbolt is still KO'd from episode 1, I believe. Yeah, it was episode 1. And then the power goes out, or the power flickers. So then Bumblebee. Bumblebee heads up to check it out. This is actually a set area that I'm actually quite proud of making. It's one of the first times I've used like an actual dark setting with like very dim light and whatnot. And by this point, I've stopped using flash for my camera, so that helps as well. Age of Extinction Bumblebee. Good figure. I actually just made like a kit bash with the high octane Bumblebee. where I swapped the legs of this one and then the high octane one, and it's actually really cool. I'm like, oh man, I wish I didn't stop using high octane Bumblebee in the Crisis verse, so I might go back to using him before I switch to like Rise of the Beast. The Autobots are moving along here, trying to get back to base, and they find Drift. Another former comrade of the old war that are gonna get on board. It's a fight against the Decepticons as they head back. AB suddenly has a vision in a darkly lit area, or a dark area that's barely lit. There's Optimus Prime. Optimus basically just kind of gives AB some words of wisdom from beyond, even though AB doesn't have the Matrix or anything. I think that I remember there being a question, either in Last Stand or at some point during Aftermath, on whether or not AB would have been a Prime. I don't know exactly. Like it's kind of a weird thing to talk about, or not to think about, because I always figured AB, again, like I said before, there was a bit of Robots in Disguise 2015 inspiration for this, in that, you know, we have the older generation bringing up the new generation, and, you know, would Bumblebee have been a Prime in RID? I don't know. So I kind of hold AB and RID Bumblebee on a similar level when it comes to their leadership. Like, they are a leader, except in this case, AB is the leader of the Autobots, basically, at this point. Now that Jazz is dead, so there's no like co-leadership. It's just AB. So yeah, it's a similar case as Bumblebee and RID. I'd say is that, yeah, like if he would have become a Prime, then I'd say it'd be incredibly likely that AB would have as well. But that didn't happen in RID, so it most certainly didn't happen here. But I think it's one of those cases where, like, AB never needed to be a Prime. It's kind of a similar case as many of the Autobots post Optimus' death, is they just assume the leadership role, and there's no real need to bestow them with this great title of being a Prime, just because they already have the spark of a Prime. It's like what Optimus's speech at the end of Predacons Rising is, like, you all have shown, you know, the spark of a Prime, or can't remember exactly what he said. You are all Primes, you know, in my eyes, or whatever he said. So yeah, it's a very, very similar case there. You've all acted as a Prime, I think. Oh boy, there's that eye glow again. It's all practical. I should have just not done it. Yeah, so Bumblebee and Getaway were unfortunately forced to flee the Autobot headquarters. They were in there protecting Silverbolt, but the Decepticons were able to break through. So yeah, so now they regroup. I finally sneezed. Let's go. The sneeze finally came and went. Oh goodness, there's the talking in this music. Yeah, so that is episode 4, and now we head on to episode 5. We are so close to the end. Real quick, I just want to do something here. Do that. Just want to proceed. Whoops, what am I doing here? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, there we go. I just want to press this song along here just because I don't need any dialogue overlapping my voice, even though I think it's quiet enough, but even still. Okay. There we go. Let's bring this back. All right, cool. We're very professional here during this stream. Okay, we're almost there, almost to the end. 2 episodes left. AB and the others have set up like a temporary outpost of sorts, just to get back on their feet before fighting against Sky Shadow and them. Sky Shadow makes another broadcast to Cybertron, saying that they're going to be holding an execution of their captured Autobots, such as Blaster and Blur and Silverbolt. And obviously, the Autobots cannot allow that to happen, so they stage a rescue. Let's go over here. Oh, and Hot Rod as well. I forgot Hot Rod was there too. Whoops. So yeah, and then of course this episode is titled Revelations. Kind of a wasted title name, I'd say, but that's fine. Because there's no real, like, I mean, I guess there is sort of a revelation with Hot Rod's role to play in this series, since he's been absent for 4 episodes, or 3 episodes. Well, I mean, he was in, I think Hot Rod was in the last episode, but it was very short-lived. But anyway, so the Autobots prepare their attack, and they initiate the attack. Trigger Happy gets ready. I don't know if anyone actually does this, where they use Trigger Happy's, actually, wait, no, I think Primetime does. I think Primetime uses, the thruster things, or no, they are guns, aren't they? They are guns in the alt mode. Yeah, I was trying to think, because I don't remember if anyone uses those as guns. That was nice. Nice little action thing there where Getaway leaps onto Crankcase and does a little takedown. Visual effects! Wow. I think that, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the first Transformers film where there is a visual effect that I've used. Octane gets knocked down. Octane was definitely a character I wanted to do more with. I think the figure was a bit limiting. It's just classics figure that just kind of hard to maneuver. If I had the Titans Return one, I think Octane would have been a much more prominent character. Yeah. Just a couple of shots back and forth there. B hands Hot Rod a weapon, and the team get ready to fall back because they have what they're after. They rescued their captured comrades, and now they regroup. And yes, I'll probably go ahead and bump this up just a wee bit. All right, but yeah, so then the Autobots are in the midst of retreating. They're talking amongst each other, trying to figure things out, figure out what Sky Shadow's plan is, or whatever it may be. And then, some suspicions. Suspicions are afoot. And then, yeah, Blur is killed. Another figure that just isn't very good for stop motion, so had to get rid of him. And also, I didn't have any desire to keep that character around. But yeah, so Hot Rod has betrayed the Autobots. He has joined the Decepticons. I think this is where Hot Rod sort of yeah, no, all right, this is Revelations. Okay, this works. Because Hot Rod is, he's telling how he came back to life and this, that, and the other. So yeah. But yeah, I know we talked about it towards the beginning of stream, or yeah, once we got to the Awakening with Hot Rod's appearance there. This doesn't really make much sense, at least how it was executed. Again, like I said, my original plan for this was a very Arkham Knight-esque situation where Hot Rod was dead. Jason Todd didn't die there, but like Hot Rod was dead. He was killed in Awakening. And then Sky Shadow brought him back to life with Dark Energon, and really just fueled his mind with all these just thoughts and feelings and memories that never happened of Hot Rod just being, just abused by the Autobots and left for dead and all kinds of this, that, and the other. But that just never panned out. I don't know, I guess I just never felt the desire to tell that story because for time's sake or something, I'm not sure. Maybe I wanted to keep these episodes somewhat low in their runtime, 13 minutes. But yeah, very much in hindsight, I wish I did tell that story of how Hot Rod would go on to betray the betray the Autobots. Because yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting ways to go about that. I think I think there's a really interesting story to tell there. Um, for a character who's believed to be dead and comes back as this revenge-fueled shadow of his former self, working with their greatest enemy. Oh, wait a minute! I think I'm doing that right now with Galaxy Force and Red Alert and Cannonball. Um, maybe I'm not. Time will tell. Um, but anyway, so of course that's a joke, I'm right, and I'm right in saying that. AB just used his power that Optimus granted him, or something, or not. Yeah, let me pause here because this is actually big changes happening. Anyway, so yeah, so I do joke in saying that. It's like, oh yeah, this is the exact same thing I'm doing in Galaxy Force, but I'm also I'm not, I'm not saying that's not what I'm doing, because it is. It's very similar. I'm taking different things from my previous series that I think worked, but can work in a better context, and put them in a more fitting context. So I think that's what I'm in the process of doing with Galaxy Force, with Cannonball, and with this Red Alert stuff, where it's, Red Alert went missing. We don't know where he is. Now Cannonball is this character that looks exactly like Red Alert, and he's got, this history. So anyway, there's just my thoughts on that. But now Silverbolt has become Wing Saber. He is upgraded. And this was kind of an interesting thing as well. I wasn't really sure how I wanted to do this early on, because when I did the first couple episodes, let's let that keep going. When I did the first couple episodes and Silverbolt was taken out of action, I was like, okay, there's got to be this big buildup for Silverbolt's return. Like, he's got to, come in and, House of Fire, just, run roughshod on the Decepticons, and then he's back, right? But then I thought, okay, maybe we can do something a little bit different here, because, I mean, I said that, the classic Silverbolt's a good figure, which he is, but I feel like I can maybe have him be a more imposing character that is more than just Silverbolt. Even though Silverbolt has never been a character before Aftermath, he was never in the rest of the Awakening Saga. But why not? We'll just give him this big prestige and this big honor of becoming this savior of the Autobots in Wing Saber, right? And also Dropkick just died there, a very nothing character, kind of like Blur, just a nothing character who just ends up dying. Yeah, so I guess that was sort of my idea with Silverbolt. Is like, yeah, I wanted him to have this big, return moment, but I wanted it to be a bit more like to have Silverbolt become this new embodiment of like Autobot, freedom and whatnot. So it was just an idea, I guess. Because yeah, I think I had just gotten the Wing Saber figure around that time, and I was like, okay, I want to use this figure in this series. So yeah, I guess that kind of played a role into it. But now, of course, the Autobots lament their loss and the betrayal of Hot Rod and all kinds of nonsense that's been happening here. The Autobots just not in a great shape right now. But AB, they give AB the confidence that he needs to lead them to victory. And Hot Rod officially joins the Decepticons. And then that is it. Oh yeah, is that Quake's body down there? I think that's Quake's body. Do they actually put Quake back? No. I don't remember what they do with Quake here. Maybe they just like take his spark or something. I don't remember. But anyway, there we go. One more episode left. Oh boy, it's a big one. I forgot how long that was. Okay. I'll be right back. Just gonna stand up, stretch for a little bit, get some more water. I encourage any viewers here to do the same, and I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Excuse me. Um, hmm, yeah, one second. Goodness. Okay, sorry. Had a bit to clear out my throat there. All right, here we are. We're at the final episode of Aftermath, and we're at the final installment of the Awakening Saga. We finally made it. After almost 5 hours, we have finally made it to the end. This might be my longest stream I've done, probably. Um, so here we are. This is not Cybertron that I normally use, but whatever. Yeah, I did want. Let's go back to the start here. I did want this to feel like a big thing, Like I wanted to do this Laser Club limited production and all that, just to make it really seem like this was gonna be a big deal. It's still in 480p, by the way. Yeah. So the entire Awakening Saga was done in 480p, which I think is remarkable. But anyway, here we go. So yeah, so we have Cybertron. This is Bumblebee movie Cybertron. All the Autobots are getting ready for their final confrontation with Sky Shadow's Decepticons. And basically at this point, like I know I've talked a bit before about like the hierarchy, right? Where like Blue Streak essentially after the Awakening Part 3, he kind of became the second in command of the Autobots. And then when he died in Last Stand, Optimus had promoted Alpha Bravo to become the second in command. So now, things have moved on where Optimus died, Alpha Bravo and Jazz both became leaders of the Autobots, and then Jazz died, so then AB became the sole leader. So I say leader kind of loosely, because, I mean, the Autobots don't really need, like, a figurehead. They just need to work together to survive and win, right? But in terms of a hierarchy, I would consider AB the leader. And then following that, I would consider Blaster the second in command. And then Silverbolt / Wingsaber is a very close second / he's kind of like a different entity, if you will. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. So then we have your foot soldiers like Bumblebee and Getaway and Landmine and Drift and such. Yeah, I don't know. I really like hierarchy, stuff like that. That's always been kind of a fascination of mine, is, in Star Wars especially, just looking at like, okay, this guy is Vice Admiral Rampart, this guy is, Admiral Tarkin, but, I mean, Vice Admiral sounds, it has another word next to Admiral, so is that more or less? And then it's like, okay, no, he's under Tarkin, there's stuff like that. It's always fascinating to me, just like leadership hierarchies. But yeah, so then Sky Shadow's coordinating traffic here for his ultimate plan. This is another longin, a 20 some odd minute one, but we are going to kind of move through this a little bit. The Autobots are getting ready once again to go out to attack. There's Landmine, Drift, and Getaway. I think they're kind of leading the charge here. But then Hot Rod ends up sending a message to the Autobot base, or he's contacting the Autobot base on their old frequency, or on their current frequency, I guess, and is asking to meet Alpha Bravo. And then we have more Decepticons show up. Let's see. Yeah, so it's all these guys. Just more Decepticon fodder. That's basically what it is. That's actually exactly what this is, because I wanted to have each of the, like, I guess, core Decepticons still have, like, a bit of a show before they died. So, like, guys like Octane and Trigger Happy and Dreadwing and, so on and so forth. I wanted them to sort of have more moments, and I felt like this would not have been a satisfying finale if they all just, died immediately. So I had to get a bit of fodder in. So Berserker is back again. For the third time, Berserker lives. Somehow Berserker returned. And we have a Crowbar over there with him, Swindle to the right of Crowbar, and then just a Viacon, and then I think that's a Ice Pick, I think is the name of that guy. So yeah, very much just Decepticon fodder. 100%. Without question. That looks very grainy. I don't like how this looks. I don't know if it's just like how the stream is translating. It does look a little bit different than how it does on my laptop, but oh well. Oh, that's right. And then that's right. Ice Pick is like, oh, hey, visual effects. Ice Pick is like, oh, you know, if Megatron couldn't get the job done, what hope do you have? And then he gets shot down. So yeah, so Sky Shadow is not taking any slander about his leadership capabilities, because he knows himself to be a competent warrior as well as a leader. And all the Decepticons bow their heads in acceptance. So yes, then Bumblebee hands this weapon here to AB and gives him the nod of approval. Then AB goes off to meet against Hot Rod, while the rest of the Autobots deal with Sky Shadow's forces. I feel like this is kind of poetic in a way. Oh, there's a hair on Hot Rod. Anyway, now it's gone. I feel like this is kind of poetic in a way because, you know, the Awakening Part 1, what started it all was 3 Autobots, battle-wise. The first conflict of the Awakening Saga in Part 1 was Starscream and friends against Hot Rod, Alpha Bravo, and Firefly. So I think it's kind of poetic in a way to have one of the last conflicts of the Awakening Saga be these 2 friends who have fought together, and Hot Rod died, you know, died alongside them. So, but yeah, AB he's not taking anything. He's not, you know, oh, visual effects. I'm not gonna point that out every time. I think it's funny how now we're at the point where we do visual effects at the very end of the Awakening Saga. Dropkick. Yeah, so I think it's good. It works this way. But yeah, AB he's not holding back now against Hot Rod, because Hot Rod had he betrayed them, right? He betrayed them. He killed Blur. He sold out the Autobots, and now he's got to pay. Ooh, that's always a fun move. I feel like I've used that a few times in stop motions where it's like the kick out the leg type thing. This fight was definitely a lot more brutal than I had. I intended it to be a brutal fight, and I think it did that quite well. For my abilities at the time, anyway. Berserker's leaping in, but gets his head chopped off by Drift there. And here's Trigger Happy delivering some blows there, and Landmine and friends kind of leading the charge. There's Swindle being shot down. This is almost 5 hours, and a lot of it's just me kind of commentating, but I think there are hopefully this has been, you know, a decent enough retrospective. I mean, it's my first time doing it, so, you know, but no, this has been fun. This has been a lot of fun. That's right. So AB and Hot Rod. AB is I think disarmed, or yeah. So he stabbed Hot Rod. Hot Rod's wounded, but not dead yet. It wasn't really fatal. Some PNG sparks there. But then he tells AB, he says, you know, kill me. That's what you want to do? Kill me. And AB has the option, thinks about it. He most certainly considers it after what Hot Rod did, but drops the sword and leaves. Hot Rod practically, you know, begs AB to kill him. It's very similar again, sort of like with the Arkham Knight, but this time it channels more of Under the Red Hood, where Jason has the Joker at gunpoint. He says, you know, either you kill him or you kill me, and then, you know, decide. And then that's kind of what this is intended to be, sort of an homage to, is AB is the Batman in this case, where he's just walking away. He's choosing option 3 to not not do anything. He's choosing no action. And then but the way that it ends here is a lot darker than, you know, than that, because Hot Rod shoots himself. Certainly a grim outcome for sure for that character. Again, had things gone differently, had that figure not fallen apart, ooh, that was a slick transformation. Had you know, the classics Hot Rod not just crumbled into dust, essentially, things would have been much different. I guarantee you that things would have been infinitely different for the Awakening Saga. Would have been better or worse, I don't know. That's a different timeline to look at. But yeah, so then whatever Sky Shadow's got going on, the transfer has begun. And let's see. And the battle, of course, continues here on this side. There's Thrust dying. And then, oh, there's a shot that I recreate. This was actually one of my favorite sequences, action-wise, to shoot for this film. Was this, you know, Crowbar's running in and Drift drops down to stab him in the back, and then that brings him down. I recreate that in the Crisis verse, in part 1 of Crisis. And yeah, that's just a very fun sequence that I had a lot of fun filming here, and I wanted to do it better in Crisis, which I think I did. And then Drift dies, because he was grandstanding too long. Killed by Trigger Happy, a fellow Blueman. Yeah, so then the fighting continues. Casualties on both sides. Octane, I believe, just died there. Think so. Shot in the face. Yep. Octane definitely died there. Again, another character that I wish I had done more with, but the classics figure kind of hindered my my desire to do much with him. Let's go ahead and bring this back down a little bit. It's a good, great track. There is Landmine, unfortunately now dead, killed by Dreadwing. I thought it was a really cool combo there to have Dreadwing with the Wing Saber guns. For those who don't know, those are the Wing Saber guns that you can mount on his forearms. I just thought that was a good look. There's a Viacon killed there. Blaster has the Optimus Prime sword. I think that's a fitting continuation of his character. Very Neville Longbottom, if you will, from Harry Potter. At least from the films. Never read the books. Don't really plan to either. Certainly not. But anyways, yeah. So that's kind of that moment, I guess, there for Blaster. There is kind of that Neville moment. But yeah, Blaster unfortunately has been suffering quite a bit as a result. But then we have the emergence of this black and red tank. How curious. I wonder what that is. You know, I'm sure we've never seen this character before. And then oh, that was kind of being a little weird. Let's see. But no, I actually think that Titan's Return Sky Shadow works so well for this. Like, I'm honestly kind of shocked how well it worked, because this was like this was everything I wanted this to be. Like, with this sequence right here, and like the merging of the two, you know, alt modes together to form this super powered Sky Shadow, which was his plan, you know, later on, or plan earlier on, was to create this body for himself that made him, you know, he basically was just playing the long game that Quake was trying to play in the short game, right? So, like, you know, Quake was, at the start of Aftermath, he was, you know, oh yeah, like, we need strength as our leadership, you know, like, we need to, you know, show the Autobots who's boss and whatnot. And Sky Shadow is interested in playing the long game. But ultimately, the long game was to get to Quake's short game, like I said, because Sky Shadow gets this supremely powerful body that is, nearly impenetrable to defeat the Autobots. And so, yeah, I thought that was kind of a neat little story beat to follow. Is that, yeah, well, Sky Shadow is a very calculating and devious Decepticon. He, much like all the other ones, intend to rule through power over their wits. There we have a Bumblebee and Dreadwing face off here. Bring that back up a little bit. This is a really good track, and I think it kind of fits this battle sequence. Right about there, maybe? Sure. But anyways, yeah, so Dreadwing is... Oops. Lost his one of his shoulder guns, goes in for a Superman punch. B ducks it, rebound with the elbow. I thought that was a nice little sequence there. It could have gone a little bit better, but I liked how it turned out. And B shoots. 1, 2, 3. B gets shot once, but that's enough to kill Dreadwing. But B is able to survive from that. The Autobots really came prepared to take a lot of damage in this, because Blaster gets shot several times. Well, some of them die. Like Breakaway dies. I think I might have skipped over Breakaway dying, unfortunately, or maybe that's coming up soon. No, he might be dead. And then like Landmine unfortunately dies pretty quickly, as does Drift. But in terms of like your main Autobots, Alpha Bravo, Blaster, Bumblebee, Getaway, it takes a little bit for them to go down. What a unique roster that is. Alpha Bravo, leader of the Autobots. Blaster, second in command. Bumblebee, which, I mean, Bumblebee's, a mainstay, or mainstream media character. Wing Saber as well. And Getaway. That's such a unique cast of characters. I'm actually quite proud of that. I definitely want to make series with characters that are, a unique mix and match of characters. Of course, I'm still going to have your usuals, like, a Bumblebee or Ratchet or Ironhide or Optimus Prime or whoever. But I like to also sprinkle in some of the unique ones in different positions, like Crosscut as a medic, That was fun. That was a fun little sequence to do there. Again, I know this is all like basic stuff, but at the time in 2020, this was quite new for me, doing all these like fast-paced, action things with shooting and whatnot. But yeah, this big showdown here with Wing Saber and Sky Shadow, these two larger Cybertronians. I guess it's also worth mentioning that, yeah, Sky Shadow had just transferred his spark and his processor and everything into this new body. So his old body is still there, still in headquarters or whatever, but you would never see it again. Just fine. Don't need to see it. Yeah, it's also a very Megatron-esque build here that I made for Sky Shadow. I know it's kind of meant to be a handheld weapon, but I thought going with the fusion cannon route was a good way to bridge this gap between Megatron and Sky Shadow. I mean, after all, half of Sky Shadow's body turns into a tank, so there's that. And then Wing Saber as the Matrix, he tosses it over to AB. I think that's where Wing Saber was when he was absent for most of the battle. But then AB is able to access the power of the Matrix to light their darkest hour. Unleashes a PNG of light into Sky Shadow that very much like Optimus does in the Awakening remake, AB does here, which was on purpose. And then Crankcase dies. Crankcase is the last one to go. But yeah, that is the battle. The battle is won for the Autobots through the power of the Matrix, as it would be. And again, that question comes up is, would AB be a Prime? I think the possibility is always there, but again, he was every one of the Autobots here was a Prime in their own right. But Sky Shadow is not done yet. He had a Dark Energon trap laid for the Autobots in the event that in the event of his death, it would be like a dark energon bomb that goes off, basically, similar to what you'd see in War for Cybertron. But everyone's got to get out of here, but a couple of them are too hurt, and Wingsaber can only carry two. So Wingsaber carries Bumblebee and get away from the scene, as you see there. And then meanwhile, leaving Blaster and AB behind, because Blaster's too hurt and he's too big, and AB needs to use the Matrix to contain the blast, because it would have been a devastating blow. So having these two long-standing characters who've been there since the beginning of the Awakening Saga be here together at the end. Some of the, I think, two minus Bumblebee, the only survivors. Getaway's got the sword there. It's actually a cool visual. And Bumblebee heads out. And then Wingsaber, one final look at the blast site of where it was. Meanwhile, the Matrix is left amidst the wreckage. And then we have little posts, or not post credits, but the little thing here at the end, inside the Allspark, where the soul of Optimus Prime rests after his fateful confrontation with Megatron in Last Stand. I believe Prime's giving me a bit of a narration here. Even from beyond the grave, essentially, he Optimus is still giving some insightful words of wisdom as Jazz joins him. An old friend in Jazz and an old friend in Alpha Bravo. Trusted confidants. As the future of Cybertron is now left in the hands of the living. And that is the Awakening Saga. We are done from here. From all of us here at Laser Club Limited, thank you. Thank you. And that is most certainly meant. And we have our entire cast here for this series, for the Awakening, for Aftermath. Till next time, take care, stay awesome, and we'll see you then. And I believe that is all. Yes, it is. That is all. Folks, that is it. That is the Awakening. Oh, wait, we've got one more. It's this stream. How meta. Yeah, let's go back to the playlist here. There we have it. That is the retrospective of the Awakening Saga. So much fun was had making this series. I know I was being extremely critical of my own work, because, as it's been said time and time again, we are most certainly our own worst critics, and that remains true here. I definitely do not look at any of this, and no way would I ever think that it holds a candle to what I've done just within the last 2 years, you know. I think in 4 years, making this kind of progress is fine. I kind of wish it would have been more, but again, this is only 20 stop motions for Transformers, but I've done Star Wars stuff and otherwise. But even still, it was 2020. I do wish that things would have been better in hindsight. I wish I would have figured out that my camera had a 1280 by 720 feature, and this, that, and the other. But in hindsight, knowing the limitations that I had, because I was not working with a crazy, set piece or anything. I didn't have props. I didn't have anything. I just had to manufacture all of this stuff, Didn't have good, editing quality or anything like that. So to have that, in hindsight, right? In hindsight, I'm quite proud of the level of of skill that I've obtained over the last almost 10 years. And yeah, there's so much fun had here and so much fun still to be had. So, no, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, that is it. And yeah, I definitely think, by the end of it all, I do think that these last few films here, like these last three, are my favorite ones out of the group because I think that they're the best produced. I think they're some of the best written, minus the hot rod stuff, which yeah, I know we've touched on already, but such is. Um, yeah, so there's just aspects of it that yes, I would have done differently, but hindsight, where I'm at now, I'm happy where what we did to get there. So there we go. And yeah, so that is the retrospective. Almost 5.5 hours later of looking at all this stuff and just talking about it. There's no way that this entire watch time amounts to 5 hours. That's so much yapping. But I hope any of you who caught the live stream or any of you who watch it after find some enjoyment in me yapping about the different ins and outs of my thought process working on this or the behind the scenes stuff working on this, whatever it may be. Um, and of course, just thank you. Thank you for watching any of these films, or thank you for, commenting on them, or whatever it may be. Thank you so much for all the support over over the 4 years that this was, because this took me 4 years to complete. But no, just in general, as always, thank you guys. Um, of course, we still got a lot planned. Prime Target, I'm still working on it. I was gonna film after this stream, but I don't think I will. I mean, I might tonight, but I was going to film this afternoon, but I will not be now just because I'm worn out. But no, Prime Target is still coming out very soon. Hopefully, if not by the end of this month, then early next month at the latest. So yeah, there's still so much to come for the channel, so much to come for the Reawakening continuity, for Galaxy Force, for the Crisis Verse, for the Star Wars sides of things. Just there's so much. So I hope you all are tuned in for that. Of course, as always, if you haven't, tap the notification bell and all that fun stuff. And I think that does it for me. I'm gonna go and and rest my voice. Excuse me. Okay. Once again, thank you all so much for stopping by if you happen to, or again, if you're watching the VOD. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know this will be a great like background thing or skipping skimming through it to see what's being talked about. But yeah. Anyway. There we go, everyone. Once again, thank you so much. And stay tuned for what comes next. Take care. Stay safe. Stay awesome. Be good people. And I'll see you then. Bye-bye.